Good morning, everyone. We're doing a sound check. Second sound check. Presenters laptop, Planning Committee, December 8th, 2020. Clerk's laptop, Planning Committee, December 8th, 2020. Sound check. Hoping for the best.
Okay, everybody, welcome to our December 8th Planning Committee meeting here in council chambers and all over this beautiful city. I'll call the committee meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and archived on our city website. Committee members, we are adhering to that 5-minute time limit today. Members of the public not speaking at a statutory public meeting today have 5 minutes as well to address committee. Roll call now. Councillor Danko.
Present. Good morning.
Councillor Johnson.
Good morning.
Councillor Collins.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
What's the over-under today on the cat jumping up on your desk? 4, 5 times?
Great odds. Great odds.
Councillor Partridge.
Yes, good morning, Chair.
Councillor Wilson.
Good morning.
Councillor Pearson.
Good morning, present.
And we're still awaiting Councillor Ferguson, I believe. Looks like. All right. Our first order of business is to appoint a committee chair and vice chair for 2021. As first vice chair, Councillor Danko is going to become chair. Councillor Johnson remaining as second vice chair for 2021. We need a nomination for first vice chair. How about that cat at Chad's place? They make a great first chair. Anybody?
Judy, are you interested?
Not with FCM, but
Oh,
if Lloyd,
okay.
if Lloyd was here, I would
Yeah.
recommend Lloyd.
And Lloyd and I are both in the same spot. We're both chair of the Conservation Authority, so that takes up a
Right.
lot of our time. So that's
Yeah.
why I was hoping to
Okay.
stay as second chair for now.
Yeah. How about you, Maria? Or Chad?
Chad? Well, I've been chair already, so.
What about
Yeah.
JP
Yeah.
or Maureen?
No, we're
Well,
looking for
JP.
first vice chair right now, and then we're going to nominate Danko, Councillor Danko for chair. But
I
first,
apologize.
Yeah.
first vice is what we're looking for right now, Councillor
Yeah.
Johnson.
And I've been chair twice.
Councillor
Years.
Wilson, sounds like you're being voluntold.
Councillor Wilson, you up for first vice?
We
Sure.
can wait for Lloyd to get back.
We can come back to it later. Yeah, remind me, Kelsey. But we will now move to appoint Councillor Danko as chair.
Okay, I'll move it.
Second.
Moved by Pearson, seconded by Partridge. All in favor?
Mm.
It's an e-vote.
I don't think the chair gets to vote.
Abstain. Opposed.
Not up yet.
No. Oh, here goes.
There it is.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
All right, Lorraine assisting Lisa Kelsey today, our LC, and it's at that point of the agenda if there's any changes, and it looks like there are plenty. So, Lisa. We're going to wait till near the end of the meeting, maybe in new business, and look after the first chair then.
Okay, that sounds fair.
And congratulations, Councillor Danko. Lisa?
Mhm.
Yes, Mr. Chair, there are changes. Under delegation requests, we have added 6.1 Franca Sewell respecting monster homes for today's meeting and to be heard before item 7.1. 6.2 is Nick DeFilippis respecting 19 Dawson Avenue for today's meeting and to be heard before item 10.4. Under public meetings, 8.1 housekeeping amendments to the urban and rural Hamilton official plans. We have an added registered delegation from Joe Simonji. 8.2, the application for official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for 15 Church Street, registered delegations Jim McLeod and Jaynn Miller. And the following were added written submissions from Ian Hanna, Doug McLennan, Karen Macy, I believe her last name was, Honor Hughes, Gail Villeneuve, Heather Bull, Mark Bader, Jennifer Davis, David Gray, Jane and Kevin Miller, Barb Russell Morse, David Hindley, David Wallace, Diane and Harley Audie, Cynthia Watson, Gail Lazarato, Elaine Simon, Jerry Cole, Darren Earl, Aaron Davis, Armando Gomez, Nicolette Stube, Len Verhey, Sandy Omalon, Isaac Hoogland, and Michael Hill. Under 8.4, which is written delegations regarding 19 Dawson Avenue, which is item 10.4 on today's agenda, added written submissions from the Stony Creek Masonic Lodge with letter and petition from Steve McDonald and Ida Smith. And under private and confidential, added 14.3, which is an appeal to LPAT regarding official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for lands located at 909 North Waterdown Drive in Flamborough.
All right, Councillor Collins will move the agenda as amended, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All in favor? No discussion?
Excuse me, I didn't hear my name called. My name is Bob Maton. I'm president of the Ancaster Village Heritage Community. And I do have a link, and I was
Okay,
told that I was registered.
Maton, you are on the agenda as a delegation. I was just reading out the changes. And you will not be speaking until you're later on in the meeting.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And we're still waiting on that vote on the agenda as amended, I believe. Councillor Johnson, we need your vote. Okay, I got a thumbs up, Councillor Johnson, so that carries. Any committee members with declarations of interest today? I have Councillor Partridge, then Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I don't have a conflict of interest, but I do have a source water protection meeting starting at 1 o'clock that I do need to step out for. And I do have something in private and confidential. So anyway, I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Hear you great today. Don't see you as good, but we hear you good.
Well, it's probably good that people can't see me. The that's because I'm not very attractive. That's why, not for other reasons. So, but yeah, the inactive taxi plates, I have a conflict on that.
Thank you, sir.
10.2. 10.2.
All right. Well, I'm sure at the time of the vote on the matter, you'll indicate that and abstain by your actions and with regard to that conflict. Thank you for that.
Okay.
I need a mover and a seconder now to approve the minutes of the November 17th, 2020 meeting as presented. That's moved by Councillor Partridge and seconded by Councillor Pearson. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wilson. Didn't see you. The floor is yours.
No, thank you. Just a quick note. I will be leaving at 2 for a meeting with one of the universities. So thank you.
Excellent. Okay, thank you for that. So 1 o'clock Partridge, 2 o'clock Wilson. Councillor Partridge, did you say you'd be coming back then? Depending on how the meeting flows, I guess it's a heady meeting.
Well, typically the source water protection are 5-6 hours. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, I will try and step out if I can, but I'm kind of struggling with that this morning, but we'll sort it out. Thank you, Chair.
And Councillor Wilson, in the event we need you to get back, is there a possibility you'll return after your 2 o'clock meeting? In the event we need you?
I suspect the meeting will go over an hour,
Okay.
but I will return if you're still on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, mover and a seconder to approve the minutes of the November 17th, 2020 meeting. That was moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Councillor Ferguson. Okay, that carries. And time now for delegation requests. I seek now a mover and a seconder to approve the delegation request for today's meeting. That's moved by Councillor Pearson and seconded by Councillor Johnson. Anybody on the delegations? Okay. Let's vote. Carries 8-0. And two delegations, and Franca Soul, respecting Monster Homes. Franca, it is your turn to make your presentation.
Good morning. My name is Franca Sewell. I'd like to thank the members of the Planning Committee for providing me the opportunity to present during what appears to be a very full agenda. Special thanks to Lisa for including me today. I had forwarded you all a presentation primarily so that you could visualize the issues at hand. This is not a new issue to you all. The Monster Home pilot, spearheaded by Lloyd Ferguson, has been implemented and approved by this committee. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Councilperson Ferguson for taking the time to speak to me. His words of encouragement and offer to assist are greatly appreciated. While cities grow and develop, we must not lose sight of both the character of those neighborhoods and or the citizens that choose to make those neighborhoods their homes. I've been fortunate enough to live in my neighborhood, as has most of my neighbors, for over 30 years, and for some 50 years. Here we enjoy large properties, and with that comes privacy and the freedom to enjoy the simple things like the sun. We have never had to live in the shadows of properties. We take care of, sorry, we take care to take great deal, we appreciate our sunlight. We're able to make choices where we want privacy in our grounds. We want to protect this choice. We do welcome change, which has recently occurred. Homes have been built which add to the character of the street. This change should complement the streets of these types of neighborhoods and not stand out alone, in some cases become eyesores. While urbanizing this street, which we were very grateful for, the first of these potential monster homes was constructed. As neighbors watched on, most were horrified that this could happen. It did happen, and the property owner was well within his rights to do so. The homeowner met all the current building codes with this area. Thus the problem. It is those building codes that need to be addressed. In the last month, a second property by a relative of the newly constructed approximate 5,000 square foot home, which you are able to refer to in your PowerPoint, has been purchased, and plans are to build another home. It is not known what will be built, but there is speculation that a similar home will be constructed. Like my neighbor at 11 Hewitson, it will then potentially force my neighbor at 13 Hewitson to sell as well. My neighbor has lived in her home for 36 years. I'm asking that this committee address this issue. I've been advised by all that I have spoken to, including the actual planners, that eventually the monster home pilot will be adopted into the low density residential portion of the 005-200, as in their terms, it is working. They have made it clear that it is an issue. They have suggested that they will need the time to identify these lots here in Hamilton and the cities around it. I'm not sure what the immediate solution is, but one must be put in place prior to another one of these monster homes being built. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for the delegate? I see none. Move to receive, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? Thank you for your time today, Franca.
I do have a question. What's next? What could be a possibility of this discussion with you?
Well, that remains to be seen, but stay tuned for sure. I mean, it sounds like in fact, you've in your presentation said you've been having good discussions with your ward councillor, and that's a great start to really get a handle on the agenda item, and certainly our ward councillor there in Ancaster has a handle on it, Franca. That's the best I can offer to that question. Hard to predict outcomes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much again for your time. Councillor Collins. And that carries 8-0. And Members of staff who are speaking at today's meeting are asked to state their name. Just a reminder, they're in title each time before speaking when you begin. And with that, we go on to consent item, active official plan amendment, and the bylaw amendment for subdivision application citywide. I need a mover and a seconder to receive the report. I'll get it on the floor. So that's moved by Councillor Collins and seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Anybody debating it? No. Okay, let's vote. I can't hear you, sorry. Carried 7-1. New generation 911 requirements, duplicate street names and municipal addressing issues. Need a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations in this report. Let's get it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Partridge. And any seconder? Seconded by Councillor Collins and Councillor Partridge. Did you want to speak to it too? Okay, Councillor Partridge, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I just have a question for Alvin Chan. Alvin and I met a week or so ago to go over some of the changes that have happened since this report was submitted. And as we all know, there is about a 4 to 6 week delay between when the report is submitted for the planning agenda and we actually have the meeting. So if you look on page 4 of 5, where it has the 3 bullets, in particular, the following is required to ensure compliance with Bell Canada and the CRTC requirements. The very last bullet says a change to the municipal address of a property with a multiple dwelling and subsequent tenants at 1 Hamilton Street South in Flamborough. It's actually in Waterdown in Ward 15. That building has about 75 people living in it, and I was a little bit shocked when I found out that they were going to require that there be address changes and postal code changes to that. But as I understand, that has now been resolved. And through you, Chair, if Alvin could just speak to that.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, yes, at the time of authoring the report, it was still an issue. With the help of our corporate services IT department, we were able to rectify that through IT means, and therefore a municipal address change is no longer required for 1 Hamilton Street and those tenants, so they will no longer be affected. Oh, you're on mute, councillor.
Councillor Partridge, your mic's
Yes,
off. There
thank
you go.
you. No, thank you very much. Thank you, and I appreciate, Alvin, all the work that staff did to rectify this particular one, because it has been visited a few years ago, and it was found to be a tremendous, very, very onerous for the residents that live there. It's an affordable housing building, and many of the residents are very compromised, and this would be a real heartache for them. The report also does suggest, under, I believe it's alternatives for consideration, that that we consider as a committee picking up the costs that are incurred by any residents that do have to go through these address changes. And I just want to suggest to all our committee members that although there are not a lot of changes in my ward, I think I only have 1 street that has a name change with 5 people living on it. And you know, it does suggest that we could pick up the costs that are incurred by residents. So it'd be mostly in the other wards that are affected, and I think we should consider that. And I'm happy to move that if I can get a seconder. But you know, my other question, I guess, is for Madam Clerk through you, Chair. Knowing that the issues at 1 Hamilton Street South in Waterdown have been resolved, how is that going to be reflected? Because if you only look at this report, I, really worry about residents looking at this report and not understanding that it has been resolved. So how are we going to reflect that, please?
Alvin?
Through the chair to the councillor, I can write up a very quick information update that could be sent to committee and council. I'm not sure if that goes on the website or not. I'd have to defer to the clerk, Ms. Kelsey. Yeah. That would be the easy resolution.
Thank you, Alvin. I would agree to that. Can I hear from Madam Clerk, please, Chair?
Yes, another option may be to capture in the minutes, just that, staff explained the resolution of this matter. At least then it's in the minutes, as opposed to an information report. It's not attached to the minutes.
I'm wondering if perhaps we should do both. And the only reason is that the last time this was visited, I think, was about 6 years ago. And the operator of that building did get his lawyers involved and was certainly willing to take the city to court and, create some expense. And there was a lot of anguish and created, and that was just by a couple of meetings and discussion, with the operator of the building. So I would like to see both if they could take that as direction, Chair. If you do need a motion, I'll certainly present a motion, but if direction is enough, I'd like to see both an updated information report as well as it captured in the minutes. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
No problem. Direction is fine. And did you still have that amendment, Councillor Partridge, before we get to the report itself?
Certainly, unless there's another councillor that has an affected ward that would like to move it. I think it's Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Vanderbeek.
Okay, before I get to your amendment, then it looks like Councillor Pearson now and Councillor Johnson want to speak. I thought Councillor Johnson was seeking to second your amendment, but we'll go to Councillor Pearson and then Councillor Johnson.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, whatever works. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if Alvin is still there, is not showing on his screen.
His 1985 downtown skyline is there, so I'm going to.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, it's changed dramatically. Yeah, Alvin.
Sorry, through your chair, but unfortunately, it won't show me. It only shows my background.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Pearson.
Anyway, so my question, Alvin, is can you just enlighten us on what's involved in the address changes for all the residents? So what has to be done other than just changing the number on their building, but what does it include? If you could just elaborate.
So through the chair to the councillor, it's really tough to quantify. It depends on how many documents they would have that legal description on. Generally speaking, in our consultations, the utilities don't charge to change your address or information. Your service providers like the phone, cable, they don't charge. We've confirmed with Canada Post, there'll be no charge for the change there. So really, we don't perceive any major changes. Again, we're not changing the physical numbers, so they can reuse all building numbers that they currently have. Those brass numbers or sandblasted numbers won't change.
Good.
Really, it's the street name that will change. So that would be any legal documents that they wish to change. Our thoughts on that would be that you would normally update that information when your documents are up for renewal. Example, your license, your mortgage, etc. Alternatively, if there is a reason that a resident needs to have that information updated immediately, that's the cost that we speak to in the report that they would have to incur at that particular time. As a quick example, Councillor, if one of the residents decided they would like to sell their property, they would obviously have to clean up their deed and title and mortgage before they're able to do so. So it's really dependent on individual circumstances as well as what individual documentation they have.
And so if it's registry office, I'll use that terminology. It's registry office documentation. I mean, it can be captured in a sale or a renewal of a mortgage, etc. So that would be less cost. But then if it was something going down the road, it's really just preparing a correction, an amendment to the document and the registration, correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, that's correct. Usually if your mortgage was up for renewal, you would advise them of the address change. They'd update all their documents and everything else. For all safety, health and safety reasons, though, the correct address is noted in our systems.
Perfect. Okay, I'm okay with that. Thank you very much. Thanks, Alvin.
Councillor Johnson?
Yeah, I'm happy to second the motion for Councillor Partridge for the city to pick up the costs for any address changes, even though our utilities will forgive the amount. We're forgetting about social mail. So that's the other issue as well. It's Christmas card season for some people who send it out, and the social mail is very, very important. So you want to get those cards out to your family and friends now. Anyways, I'm happy to second that. We had something similar in Winona, and it was really helpful for the residents. It's not their fault that we're changing things, so we should at least put up the money for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Alvin, were you trying to chime in there?
Yes, through the chair to the councillor, my only comment there would be we have to undertake a bit of consultation as well. That was promised in our report. So these changes will not come in effect before the Christmas mailings. This will happen sometime in the new year. We anticipate late Q1, maybe early Q2. Again, dependent on the consultation and responses received by those affected in the wards proposed.
And thank you for that, Alvin. Yeah, thank you for that, Alvin. I'm thinking about every Christmas. Today was just a reminder for the future ones. Thanks.
Understood.
And a good point. Back to you, Councillor Partridge, for that amendment that Councillor Johnson just spoke to.
Yes, thank you. And I very much appreciate the support of the committee. I hope everyone can support this. But, you know, the devil's in the details, and we may not think it's a big deal, but you do not know what each individual person is dealing with in terms of legal documents. And if they do need to get their lawyers involved for, you know, any particular process that is an expense to them, it's not their fault. We are changing the name of their street. We're not changing their house number, but we are changing the name of the street. And it's my understanding that we can't just expect them to do that at license renewals, health card renewals. They need to do that within a certain number of days. That is a legal requirement for driver's license and for insurance, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm very happy to move the amendment, seconded by Councillor Johnson. And I want to thank Alvin and staff, because they really have gone way above and beyond. And there will be a public consultation with this. So there's a letter that are going out to residents. There will be an opportunity to meet with residents, to chat with them, and, you know, hopefully to allay any of their fears. So thank you for your time.
You want to just read the motion again, the amendment, amendment?
Well, basically, if I take it from the report, it says the costs and impacts of a private nature that are not considered in staff's analysis and recommendations to be covered by the City of Hamilton.
Seconded by Councillor Johnson. All in favor on that amendment by Councillor Partridge. Councillor Partridge, I just need your vote now.
Hasn't come up.
Okay.
But obviously, I have a thumbs up. Thank you so much.
Thumbs up there, and then on the motion as amended, new generation 911 requirements, that was moved by Councillor Partridge and second by Councillor Pearson, as amended now. All in favor?
Councillor Ferguson wants to speak.
Councillor Ferguson, please. Thank you, Councillor Partridge. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Councillor Partridge for that motion. But I've noticed they got here wards 5, 13, and 15. There's 3 streets affected in Ward 12 also. Is there some special reason why Ward 12 was left off of 7.2?
Through the chair to the councillor, this is a follow-up report. So in terms of the original street changes that were proposed to you in the previous report, that was already covered. These are just additional items raised by Bell after the fact. And just to let you know, we have confirmed with Bell, this list will not expand any further. This is the final list, so we've ensured there will be no further follow-up reports after this one as well.
Okay, so Councillor Partridge's motion then will also apply to the street names on Ward 12 then, will it?
Through the chair to the councillor, I would take that direction, yes, to apply to both reports, the original as well as this follow-up. The only caution I would have is that staff may have to report back on the cost of this, as mentioned in the analysis section, or sorry, the implication section on page 2 of our report. These additional costs that you're seeking may need to be absorbed within, may not, sorry, be able to be absorbed within the current operating budget. So we may have to report back on the funding source to cover said cost.
Well, Bell has deep pockets, don't they? They're initiating this.
Through the chair to the councillor, it's not necessarily Bell, it's actually the CRTC who's initiating this. So it would be the Canadian government through the CRTC that's forcing the issue. Bell is just implementing.
Canadian government has deep pockets.
Through the chair to the councillor, we can definitely request. I don't know the responsible receiver.
Okay, my only concern is when you change someone's street name, you know, Woodworth, we're just going east-west to fix that problem. But the other ones, I mean, people have to change their driver's license, their health card, their deeds, all that stuff when they do a complete change name of the street in order to comply with this 911 requirement. So I'm pleased that you're going to include the Ward 12 in this report as additional costs. And if you have to report back, report back. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And Councillor Partridge again.
Yeah, thank you. Just to tie that up, I mean, I heard at the beginning that there wasn't going to be much of a cost. You know, it's not anticipated. You know, not going to be a big deal. And now I'm hearing that there could be substantial costs. So, could I just request through you, Chair, to Madam Clerk and to all departments that to put two reports together, or at least reference if there is an initial report. This one's been very confusing because Councillor Ferguson's right. I mean, it looked like when I read through it that it didn't reference anything to do with Ancaster, but there were also the street name that we agreed to change in Ward 15 was not included in this report. And so, you know, for the reliance is then on councillors to be able to remember there was a first report and to reference back to it. So if we could just, in future, regardless of what the department or the issue is, if there is an initial report and then a follow-up report, that they could be linked. If not, you know, just referenced within the second report, that there be, you know, an appendices to it. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Good discussion.
I was just going to make the point that one of the ways staff does that, Councillor Partridge, is if you look at the report number and the fact that there's an A is showing that it's a subsequent report. So it's PED 20175A. So that's the indicator that this is a second related report.
And I appreciate that, but with due respect, the onus shouldn't be on us to be able to decipher whether there's additional reports or not. Why can't it just be referenced in the report? That's why we have staff reports, and I'm a little bit frustrated by it, and I'm not shooting any messengers here, and I'm certainly not being critical of staff. I'm being critical of the process. So, you know, I think it's a very easy fix, and I really don't think there needs to be an awful lot of discussion about it. It seems pretty simple to me. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought I saw a reference to the original report in this report, but I could be wrong. But we appreciate the notes and the discussion, and the motion is still on the floor as amended. And we'll vote on that now. And that carries 8-0. On to the Municipal Heritage Committee report. I need a mover and a seconder to recommendations in this report. And that's moved by Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. And I'll just say quickly thank you to the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee for the great work on Treble Hall that I'm assuming we're all going to approve right now. So that's on the floor. All in favor? And of course the staff who worked on Treble Hall as well. And Jeff Heswick for rejuvenating that old gem downtown from Historia Restorations. Carries 8-0. 7 liveaboards also in Ward 2. Looking for a mover and a seconder to receive this report, and if there's any discussions, indicate now. Mover in Councillor Pearson, right? Seconded by Councillor Danko. I'll just say quickly that I appreciate this report as well. Quite a lot of work from our waterfront staff and the marinas, and essentially, in a nutshell, what we're doing now is letting the marinas control their own destinies as it relates to liveaboards. Great work. Thank you very much. And that is now moved and seconded. And so we look to committee for the vote. And there it is. Those who advocated to liveaboard as well. That's how this whole conversation started. Carries 8-0. 7-5 is the Ag Rural Affairs Advisory Committee report. Looking for a mover and a seconder on that. And I have Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? Eight oh. It carries. The public now into public and written delegations. They've been advised on how to pre-register to be a virtual delegate at the public meetings on today's agenda. And members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council makes a decision regarding a zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment applications before us today, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal, or LPAT, and the person or public body may not be added as party of the hearing of an appeal before LPAT unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So 8.1 is housekeeping amendments to our urban Hamilton official plan and our rural Hamilton official plan. Does the committee wish to see the staff presentation on this? Okay, I need a mover and a seconder to receive and waive the staff presentation. To waive the staff presentation. Moved by Councillor Partridge. Councillor Collins will second. All in favor? Pearson, Ferguson. Councillor Ferguson, waiving the staff presentation. Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Pearson, do you vote in favor of waiving the staff presentation? Okay, that carries 8-0. And now mover and a seconder to receive the written submissions. That's moved by Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? Oh, Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I volunteered you to second. You don't have to if you don't
Well,
want
I'm going
to.
to be moving on an amendment, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because if the committee supports me, I hope they will on
Okay.
this amendment. It doesn't matter. So I'm going to reference you now to Appendix D, page 6, item D.2.1.1.4 E. It's on page 6 of Appendix D.
Oh, I see. Sorry, Councillor, we haven't moved to receive the written submissions yet, and then you're good to go and get into the report. Okay, so that's
What
where
did I just second then? I thought it was to receive. We did the staff report or staff presentation. We that. What was the second one?
And now we're moving to receive all those written submissions respecting this amendment.
My apologies. So come back to me when you put this on the floor.
Moved by Collins, seconded by Ferguson. All in favor? That was my fault, Councillor Ferguson.
No, it wasn't.
All right.
This is complicated. There's thousands of pages in this thing. My goodness.
Oh, it's something today. Okay, that carries. And now I look to, we have registered delegates first, Councillor Ferguson. So you're still going to have to wait a bit.
Okay.
Our first is Joe Simonji. Joe, you are on, and welcome to our planning committee meeting.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'd like to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present and express my thoughts on the housekeeping amendment that redesignates a portion of 495 Hamilton Drive from open space to low density residential. I requested speaking today because I am in disagreement with the location of the boundary to be redesignated. The reason this property is being proposed in the housekeeping amendment is because I initiated it back in 2014 when inquired about developing the property. In 1993, the GRCA walked the property and wrote a report noting the areas of the property that were environmentally sensitive and the areas that could be developed. The property has changed little in that time. This report was used for an amendment to the official plan that was passed by the town of Ancaster in 1993. However, due to a mapping error, the property was never redesignated on the official plan map, and as such, in 2014, the planning staff informed me that the property would be redesignated through a housekeeping amendment by the city, as this was an error by the city, which would negate the need for an official plan application by myself. Since then, I have waited 6 years for the amendment that addresses this property to go to council, as it has been postponed multiple times until now, except I was only recently informed in the last few months that the city will only be redesignating a smaller portion of the property than what was originally approved in 1993. The reason I was given for this change by planning staff was that they are concerned about the protection of the environmentally sensitive areas and move the boundary based on aerial photographs. If there is a concern about the protection of the core areas, the environmentally sensitive areas, I believe this to be more accurately addressed in the 1993 report, whereby the GRCA physically walked the property, and which is supported by more up-to-date mapping by the GRCA in 2008, and would also be further addressed in the environmental impact statement required for any development to occur. If the actual boundary of the development and the protection of the environmentally sensitive areas is achieved through the EIS, I am not sure what protection of these areas is achieved in the housekeeping amendment by only changing the official plan designation of the very front portion of the property versus the larger grassed area of the property as intended to be amended in 1993. Besides added bureaucracy and expense for myself, not to mention the waste of 6 years. I would like to ask for your support in upholding the redesignation recommendations by the GRC that was already approved in 1993 by the town of Ancaster. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Questions of the delegate? Seeing none, move up. Councillor Ferguson, go ahead. Need you to activate your mic. Questions of clarity to Joe, please. Activate your mic, Lloyd. There you go.
Thank you, Joe. So this is very complicated. I know you wrote me an email and I had trouble following what you're trying to say. But the staff have designated this an ESA area in this amended official plan. I've never walked the area myself. Is this near the Blueberry Field? Is that the area?
It's on the same street. It's just maybe like 10 houses down the street from that property.
Okay. And so it is a treat area now, is it?
It's treed on like the back half, but there's a grassed area as well that is very similar to a neighboring property, which is 453 Hamilton Drive. It's just to the north of the property and it butts the property. And it's just as that property is entirely zoned low density residential and is very similar to this property. So in 1993, the GRCA recommended that the grassed area of 495 be redesignated from open space to low density residential.
What year was that GRCA did that?
1993.
Oh, so 20 years ago.
Yeah, but there has been more up-to-date mapping in 2008 that supports those recommendations, and the property hasn't changed since then. As far as the grassed area is still the same grassed area, and then there's still the woodlands in the very far back of the lot.
Is the grassed area farmed, or is your grass maintained at all?
There is a garden back there, but it's just kind of like a backyard, it's like a grass backyard.
How many acres is it?
It's about 4 or 5 acres.
Okay. You know, I assume, but okay, I don't have any more. I may have some questions of staff later, Mr. Chairman. I know I can't ask questions about the delegates here, but I may get them to explain it to committee why they did what they did. So I guess, because I'm curious to know whether the owner can actually apply for a rezoning afterwards, or is this shut them out forever? But I'm sympathetic to preserving the natural heritage too. So I'm going to ask staff to explain this when it's opened up to members of council to talk to staff.
Okay. So stay tuned, Joe. Okay. Move to receive the delegation, moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Wilson. All in favor? Councillor Ferguson just needs your vote.
I don't see it up.
Okay, we'll take you as a thumb up. There you go. And
There it
now we need a mover and a seconder to close the public meeting. Moved by Councillor, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All in favor to close the public meeting? Right. I could be wrong, but it appears that the agenda is out of order. I'm looking now for a mover and a seconder that the public submissions were received and considered by the committee in approving the application or regarding the staff report to approve the application. But let's first get the mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations as amended. And then it gets it on the floor. And then I know Councillor Ferguson wants to. Councillor Johnson, you want to move it? And seconded by Councillor Pearson. Right. And now it's on the floor. And Councillor Ferguson, you said you wanted to ask questions of staff.
Yeah, I do. It's on the rural systems and designations. I expect this is part of the rural official plan amendments. And so it's on page 6 of Appendix D, section D.2.1.1.4.E. So this is complicated. But I'm really put off by what's being suggested here. We had an application in this term of council about 2 years ago to rezone prime agricultural land in Ancaster to permit the development of a cannabis grow operation. And this was called the Green Organic Dutchman. And so committee and council denied the application because it is on prime agricultural land. And suggested if we're going to build these things, they should be in our brownfields, preferably, or on non-prime agricultural land. And it was subsequently, as most applications that are staff recommend approval on, and then council turns it down, it was appealed to LPAT. And then the legal department, in its wisdom, came back with a settlement offer without consulting with me first, but they took it directly to committee. And I wasn't on the committee at that time. Part of my inspiration to come back on. But they recommended that we approve it. And that recommendation was denied at committee. But at the council meeting, when I went for ratification, it was a stormy night and 2 members of council couldn't get in through the storm. They both supported denying the settlement, and it subsequently carried. Now the thing is up. And by the way, for those who visited the site, remember they're going to have animals out there and continue with some farming operations. And we visited the site, you saw the goats, they're all gone. But the part that troubles me about this is we guaranteed the public, because they were opposed to this thing going on farmland, going on rural roads, that they would never be able to retail there. And right now, this quite a few acres of farmland is covered in glass, concrete, and asphalt. And there are 90 employees going in there every day. This is a narrow rural road, both of them, Alberton and Jerseyville Road, that are very hilly. Lots of farm equipment running up and down there. Now you're going to want the public to go rip snorting out there to get the joint. And that's baloney. And it turns us into liars because we said they would never be able to retail there. Here they're saying that the provincial government regulates the retail sales of cannabis through the issuance of licenses. Therefore, zoning regulations that prohibit the sale of cannabis is not enforceable. The province is screwing this thing up huge, the retail of cannabis. You've all talked about it, an oversaturation because there's no radial separation required in urban areas. And we have an application in Hatton, which it looks like they're going to approve the license inside a residential area. And now they want to put it on our farmland. And so they're going to make our rural roads more dangerous by having, in addition to the 90 employees that go in there every day, that all the people running in to buy retail. So quite frankly, they shouldn't permit the retail of cannabis in agricultural areas because the access to that site for the public, there's no public transit out to our farmland, and it should not be permitted. So at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, and by the way, I don't care what the province says. I want to delete that from this report and let them appeal us and let them get the negative publicity when they try to do that. I mean, some members of the committee or council supported the application because they thought there's going to be a shortage of cannabis. There's no shortage of cannabis. I mean, the Green Organic Dutchman has gone from a good value stock down to a penny stock. And so it's not growing the way we thought it would, no pun intended. But I will be moving an amendment, Mr. Chairman, at the right time to strike that Part E out of this report that would permit the selling of cannabis on rural agricultural land and retail. That's all.
Okay, anyone on that is not before us just yet. We can come back to you on that. Anybody else on the report? Councillor Pearson? Councillor Pearson, yeah, go ahead. Okay, you're still inaudible.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Better? I said
Yeah.
there's two buttons I started saying, and you don't know which one is one that controls us on the screen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And are we on the report, though, to ask questions of staff? Because I'm confused of how this is transpired.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, we are.
Thank you. So my question to staff, and they will know, is with regards to the written submission by Mr. Dinza. And who's here from staff on this? Because I don't see anybody.
There's a number of staff.
Okay. Okay, but they're not showing. Okay,
Yeah,
so
they're gonna jump on and identify yourself.
Joanne Hickey Evans, Manager, Policy Planning and Zoning Bylaw Reform.
Thank you for that.
So in response to Mr. Dinza's request, it has to do with dealing with severances on a private road.
Correct.
And he has been in contact with us, and a couple of things: that this matter is not a housekeeping amendment, and there's also directions under the Planning Act dealing with, and the zoning bylaw, dealing with severances off private roads. So at this point, through this amendment, we are not considering any changes to it, because it's a, this is a citywide issue. This is not related specifically to his property.
But so what's the difference between this and the delegation from Mr. Simone on a piece of property then? So was this not the opportunity for residents to come forward and question issues?
So with respect to Mr. Dinza's, it's about severances on a private road versus public road on a citywide basis, not just for this. And I don't know right now the section of the Planning Act, and I don't know if either Patrick knows, where you can't sever a landlocked parcel. That's
okay. Okay, but this isn't landlocked. It's the fact that it's on a private road. It's not a city-owned road. That's the issue on this one, just so my colleagues can understand.
Right.
And I know I've been working quite a while with Mr. Dinza and understand the frustration that him and a neighbor has as well. So I just wanted to get clarification because we chatted last night, Mr. Dinza and I just wanted to get answers as to, and I believe because it is because of the official plan that that the legislation says no new residential lots can be created on private roads. Is that not correct?
That's correct. So the zoning bylaw does as well.
Right.
Councillor, if I can assist, I think it's Steve Robichaud.
Yeah.
One of the differences is the previous speakers were speaking to the actual proposed official plan amendment that's currently in front of Planning Committee, as opposed to requests to incorporate additional elements into this housekeeping amendment. So if it was the wish of committee that staff review or revisit this issue of allowing severances on private roads, I think it would be more appropriate that that matter be referred to staff and that we could report back in a future housekeeping amendment on this or any other areas of concern that this committee has. I do believe, I think this matter has already been dealt with, I think, at Public Works Committee in terms of allowing upgrading the road earlier this year, if I recall correctly. But rather than adding elements to this official plan amendment that were in front of the committee, we're not part of the public consultation or presented to the public to see what those proposed changes are or giving them a chance to delegate on those matters. It would be more appropriate that we just receive a direction to staff to report back on any of those additional requests that have come since the report was finalized and published. And that way we wouldn't run afoul of any Planning Act provisions or other notification provisions. If the committee that would be my advice to committee. Thank you.
Okay, and I will do that at the appropriate time if that's okay, and hopefully I'll have a seconder on that. And that would direct staff then to do the background work and bring a report back to us and allow the residents the opportunity to speak on it. Is that correct?
That would be correct, and that we could look at it holistically, involve our colleagues in public works and growth management as to what would be the implications of allowing severances on private roads. There is a long history, as you can appreciate, in the Stony Creek days as to why those provisions were put in place, dating back to the old Cherry Beach issues and some of those concerns. And many of those concerns have been carried forward because in the absence of a condominium corporation, it really relates to the ownership, maintenance, and servicing implications of creating additional lots on those private roads. But that would be something that we would report back in a holistic fashion with a recommendation and give notice for all the affected property owners as well. Thank you.
And one last bit that I just want to add is that because there was an appeal by someone in, I think, Midland under the same rules back in 2015, and they did win. So would that also be reviewed and taken into consideration, that they wanted a severance allowed on a private road and it was allowed?
Through the chair, yes, all the correspondence attached to this matter, we would review as staff, both planning, growth management, public works, and in this case, I'd also ask our legal colleagues to take a review and get their advice, and we would report back. And it's really as to, does the city wish to shift its sort of policy framework in terms of how we deal with these private roads on a go-forward basis. But I would suggest that the correspondence just be referred to staff and we can report back and deal with it through sort of the next housekeeping amendment to the official plan.
Perfect. I appreciate that. And at that time too, in that report, will we know how many private roads there are still existing throughout the whole city? Because I don't know. I know in my ward, but I don't know the citywide. So I'll just leave that and bring the recommendation forward at the end of our discussion here. Thank you for that. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Joanne.
Yes, we will do that work through the chairman. We'll identify all the private roads that could be all the private roads that are outside of a condominium corporation that would be affected by this change in the policy, the number of properties and their location, et cetera, et cetera. We will provide all that information to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. And appreciate Mr. Chairman allowing me to raise that concern. I've been working very diligently with this resident and some neighbors for a few years now, trying to resolve their concerns, and I certainly understand where they're coming from. So thank you for that. Okay. At the end, and I'll do a motion. Okay.
Yep. And for the chair's clarity, Director Steve Robichaud, if you can chime back in here, or can you write that out?
That would be great.
Send it to Councillor Pearson. And Director Robichaud, if you're still with us, can I also ask, this is not an amendment, this is a separate motion. It's separate and apart from what's before us.
Yes.
That is correct. Essentially, we'll be seeking that the correspondence be received, that particular item, and referred to staff to report back, to review and to report back. That would be the most appropriate action. That's something as simple as that, to receive the correspondence from, sorry, I can't find it.
Kevin Dinza.
Yeah, to 81A, Roman numeral I, be received and referred to staff to report back, essentially. And then I can just work, that would be a sort of an amendment to the report. And then planning and clerk staff can just confirm exact wording before the report goes to council next week. Thank you.
Okay, you just called it an amendment to the report, but you also opened by saying it's not. It's a separate.
Yeah. Sorry, I meant the report of planning committee. It would be, I think essentially that rather than just receiving 81A Roman numeral I, it would be that the delegation or the written submission be received and referred to staff to report back. My apologies. Thank you.
Councillor Partridge, you've been trying to get my attention. You just want to second that at the appropriate time?
Yes, I do want to second that, but I want to make sure that in the motion that it is that staff report back on recommendations around the severancing of lands on private roads. I do have a few right in the town of Waterdown, as well as in the different rural settlement areas, and you know, I think we need some really clear answers on that, because people can get tied up for years and cost huge amounts of money that, you know, really we need to clarify what the process is. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson. Councillor Brenda Johnson.
Yep, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Pearson. I was going to raise all those issues. I had the speakers list up, but it's just not working quite well. First of all, I want to thank Delia and Heather for meeting with me and going over some of the changes that were specific to Ward 11. I really appreciate the heads up. One of the things, though, we did not discuss was C.5.1.1G. This is in Delia's presentation that we forfeited. and it's on the fourth slide. The existing or proposed water supply system shall include a well with sufficient quantity of water and with a potable water supply. So we're basically telling people in the rural area, not only should you have a good running well, but we want you to install a cistern. And this is really to ensure that they have a consistent water system. Has this always been the practice? Because my understanding is that the people, the rural folks, first of all, are self-sufficient. The water, especially in my area anyways, is extremely, it's very well, it's very good, it's reliable. So why would we be imposing a $30,000, $40,000 cost on a brand new homeowner on a cistern if in fact their testing of the well is fine? And if in the event the well does dry up or goes bad or sour and sulfur comes in, then it's on them to build their own cistern when and if it becomes appropriate or necessary. So I'm just wondering if this is a hardship we're putting on a brand new homeowner when in fact if the well is in good running order and always has been, why would we impose a $40,000 to $50,000 cost on them?
Here we go. Through you, Mr. Chair, in answer to Councillor Johnson's question, this was a report that we brought back in 2018, and you might recall that the RHOP was very, very clear that when you build something new that you can only have a well. We also are now giving the opportunity, there are many houses that have a cistern on it. So this is something, all the other policies were changed in 2018, but for some reason, this one was missed. So it allows the chance to have a cistern. Because before
it has
we
the
only
chance,
yeah,
but it's not a requirement.
Right, no. Our priority right now is a well.
Oh, thank you.
Well is a sustainable system that we've always supported, but in some cases cisterns either A, exist, or B, become an additional option. And this is just a correction from back in 2018.
Well, thank you for that, but it doesn't look like it is an and or. It looks like it has to be. It shall include a well with sufficient quantity of water and with potable water supply to sustain the use. So it sounds like it has to happen. It's not an either or.
I think the in terms of the word potable is that you want to make sure that the well has clean water, that you don't have it full of sulfur or whatever the situation is, because there are wells that they've got good quantity but not potable. So it's making sure that it's both potable and quantity. And we've always actually done that. That's always been the case, right? We've always had a potable system.
Okay. So I just reread that wrong. So what I did later on, it says may to the satisfaction of the city be an additional component. Thank you. So the potable, it doesn't mean that it's a cistern. It could be in another form.
It could be both or one or the other.
Either or the other. Okay. Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thanks Delia and Heather. I think you have to unmute yourself, sir.
Sorry, Councillor Ferguson, I was calling on you and telling you to activate your microphone, and my microphone wasn't activated. Go ahead, Councillor Ferguson, second time.
Interesting.
Yeah. You can't see my mouth move.
Is this the appropriate time to raise my amendment then?
It is, and you did. We do have your resident Jim waiting on your questions for staff.
Well, let me do that one first then. I was going to come to that afterwards. So Joanne is on the line. I just saw her a few minutes ago. She's turned her camera off now, but I wonder if she could just explain to it, because I found this very complicated to try to get my head around. But to hear Joe explain it. Are you there, Joanne?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I am here.
So my question to you, I don't know whether I know we asked you to pass on the staff report. I don't know whether you had a slide on this one or not.
Yes, yes. Delia McPhail, who is going to do the presentation, does have a slide. So if
could you share that with us then?
If it's a will of the committee, we can show it to you.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, I'll let Delia do that.
Hi, this is Delia McPhail, a policy planner. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay, and you can see me as well?
Yes. Yeah, we were just looking for that slide.
Okay, I will share that slide.
The one on Hamilton Drive.
Yes. oops, sorry, let me see from current slide. There we go. Okay. So you can see
Can you
the
make it
subject.
bigger?
I can. Okay,
There,
so
that's better.
yeah, so the subject lands that staff are looking to redesignate and change the core area identification on are identified in the yellow square. And what Mr. Shimini is referring to in terms of additional lands being redesignated and those core areas, those features being removed, are just to the rear. I don't know if you can see my cursor here, but
yes.
as I understand, it's over here. This forms part of a significant woodland that has been identified, and it had been identified following the 1993 Ancaster Council decision and the GRCA review of the subject lands. So we have new mapping that confirms that the significant woodland includes that area as well. And so what staff are proposing is just in this yellow area. The landowner has engaged with policy staff over the past 2 years. And prior to that, and during that time as well, the landowner has also consulted with development planning staff with various proposals for the development of the subject lands for the larger portion. So based on air photo interpretation, the front portion where we mentioned there is an existing single detached dwelling and manicured lawn area, natural heritage staff are satisfied that by identifying just that extent, those core areas are being protected. Planning staff have also informed Mr. Shimini that should he wish to develop the lands beyond this extent, that he should be applying for development application, and accompanying that would be an EIS that would investigate those features and the necessary protections for them.
Okay, so he owns all the property right now in that triangle or that entire triangle, does he? I can't put my cursor on it, but
Yeah. Okay. So I've just shifted the. He owns this. This is the
that large
property in
piece.
question. Yes, that's right.
And
so there's
is he looking to bring the entire thing in, or just back to that into that bare ground area?
Perhaps Mr. Shimini would be willing to speak to that, please.
Hi. So there's a grassed area. Basically, it's about twice as big as the yellow area. So 453 Hamilton Drive is the property just to the north where the cursor is right now. And so in the 1993 report, the boundary is on the westerly lot line of 453, and it goes down from there on 495, if that makes sense. So basically just the grassed area, which you see, is what was included in the 1993 report. And that is similar proximity to the woodlands as 453, which is all low density residential. And that is what
so your ask today is to take that yellow line and double the size of it to the back of that bare area. Is that what it is?
Correct. Which was what was approved in 1993 by the
So
town
you're
of
looking
Ancaster.
to make it all part of one lot, or are you going to, have flag driveways to get in there to the back area?
Well, we're talking with 453 to develop flag lots there. So the back of 453, it can't be developed through its own frontage because of grading issues. There's a big hill there that goes up to the road.
Okay.
So that would have to be developed. So, I mean, obviously we'd have to go through all the development applications, and the protection of the woodlands would actually be done through the environmental impact statement.
So why don't you just go through a plan of subdivision then if it's 5 lots?
Well, the thing is, like, the official plan would still have to be amended, right? For 495.
Okay.
But it was already approved, so I'm not sure what is.
Well, is that true to Joanne or whatever? Is that true? It was designated?
So through the chair to the councillor, the 1993, or I should say 1994 approval of the Council of Ancaster for the secondary plan had included or had some of this land that is being described here as being open, not being part of the natural open space, as well as part of 495 in this yellow area. However, since 1994, that's almost 30 years ago, it's a new woodland. Things have changed. We have mapping that is updated, showing the extent of that significant woodland. So to try and say, well, previously this land wasn't designated for natural features, I think that we need to recognize that it is different, and these features do change. They evolve over time, and staff are looking to recognize the area that is currently being used for single detached dwelling.
Okay, I think, Joe, you're going to have to go through an OP amendment and a rezoning on this because you're starting to tread into natural areas. And a 30-year-old report, as the planner said, a lot has changed since then.
Right, but what is that newer mapping based on? If it's just on aerial photos, I believe it to be more accurately addressed by the GRC actually walking the property. And they did provide more accurate mapping or more up-to-date mapping in 2008, which is consistent with 1993.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I can assist, Steve Robichaud, as a general rule of thumb, when we look at an environmental impact study that's being submitted with a development application, they have a shelf life that not to exceed 10 years. So if that site was walked in 2008 and staked in 2008, but development has not occurred, regardless, we would require that it be reconfirmed since it's almost 12, 13 years since that work is done. And as Councillor Ferguson, you indicated that it would be more appropriately dealt with through an actual site-specific development application if they propose to redesignate a portion of those lands from the natural heritage system to a residential development. And then there is nothing in the Planning Act that would preclude him, the property owner, from making that official plan amendment to refine and fine-tune the limits of the ESA woodlot area, provided that the science and the documentation submitted confirm those limits, or alternatively, any encroachment into those natural features, the impact was acceptable to ESAG and staff in our advice to council on the matter. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And you still have the floor, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I'd like to move on to the cannabis thing if I can.
Yeah, Appendix D, you were referencing page 6 of 11. You wanted to, it looked like.
I want to strike that from the report. I want to remove it out. The part that's dealing with permitting retail cannabis sales. And I don't know whether Councillor Partridge has some of in the rural agricultural areas or not, but the Green Organic Dutchman is dead center on little gravel roads or over surface treated roads. And we told the public that we wouldn't be retailing out of there when we went through that controversial rezoning that only failed because two members on the settlement, we turned it down on the settlement because two members couldn't get in because of a heavy snowstorm. So I'd like to move a motion then that D.2.1.1.4E be removed from this report.
Okay, and seconded by Councillor Judy Partridge. Councillor Partridge, do you wish to speak to this motion?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I want to thank Councillor Ferguson for bringing that forward. I just, I can't believe in the last 6 months, the properties that are being purchased up and down Highway 6 and Center Road. It's just, it's incredible being turned into these growing cannabis, but clearly letting the community know that that is what they are heading towards. And we now have 4 retail locations in Waterdown, which I can't believe. But my biggest worry is the ones that are out, particularly on Center Road, just north of Waterdown, taking over landscaping operations, which, were greenhouses and growing flowers, now growing cannabis and making it clear that they're going to be going for commercial operations, retail and commercial. So I'm very pleased to second this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's on the floor then as an amendment. And Councillor Danko, if you could just take the chair, because we're dealing with housekeeping here, I just want to be certain that we can do this. I want to also respect the amendment that's before us as well, from both Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Partridge. So through you, Councillor Danko, to Steve or Joanne, would we be, if there already are retail segments of these facilities existing now and we amend what's before us, are we telling them that they would need to remove that retail piece? Can we amend as the amendment motion is asking us to do?
Through you, Mr. Chair, in answer to that question, no. The right now, the way the OP and the zoning are written is no retail is permitted. But
Right.
So as a result of the Cannabis License Act, where municipalities can no longer differentiate retail, we had to remove the prohibition. Now, the one thing here is that a little bit different than a retail in an urban setting, they can only retail what they grow. So it's not like a full retail store. I understand. And Patrick McDonald's on the line, who knows this a little bit better, they would have to get a license, apply for a license, so it doesn't become an automatic.
But
they can only sell their own grown. Right now, they're not allowed anything. That's
Okay,
the way the OP was and zoning was originally developed when the original acts came in.
right, through you, Chair. But the province, as noted on this appendices, is allowing it. So you're suggesting that, well, we're amending this because it says here the provincial government regulates the retail sales of cannabis through the issuance of licenses. Therefore, zoning regulations that prohibit the sale of cannabis is not enforceable. And by the way, they grow a whole lot of product to sell, so it could get. And I understand and appreciate Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Partridge's argument. It gets pretty busy on an old rural road because they've got a lot of product. They may be valuing it a little less than what we're seeing at the Center Mall or somewhere else. And so it becomes a popular retail hotspot. And I totally understand and appreciate their argument. But I'm just wondering if we delete it here as being requested in this amendment, are there ramifications? Are you're suggesting to me it's more symbolic if of anything as an amendment, because they'll continue to be permitted by the province to operate and even grow retail facilities.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, we are bringing our policies in line with provincial regulations.
I understand,
So,
but we can't enforce it. We can't enforce it now. If we take it out, we still can't enforce it, is what I'm hearing.
so I understand. So through you, Mr. I understand what you're saying. Yes, if they did it today, regardless of the OP and zoning, they could do it.
Okay, well, I'll support this motion just symbolically. It makes a strong point. And I do recall Councillor Ferguson as the mover. This was a major concern at the time of this issue in your ward. So I will take the chair back.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes,
can I just respond to that when you have the appropriate time?
While I still have the floor, Councillor Ferguson, having heard what I just said, can you respond, please?
I'm not going to follow the province off the cliff. They've been totally reckless in how they're issuing these licenses. They have no regard for prime agricultural land, obviously, and it's like what they're doing with the conservation authorities. And so it's just ridiculous that they expect the public to come out and go rip snorting with their hot rodded up Toyotas down Overton Road to go and get their fix. That's not where it should be. And so I'm gonna, if I get thrown in jail for moving this, I just want the top bunk. I don't care. We got to stand up to the province on these issues because they're wrong.
Councillor Farr, you have the chair back.
You're right. I mean, but this is a housekeeping item, and a lot of what's before us, a lot of these.
Can't hear you, Councillor Farr.
I think you're muted, Jason.
A lot of what's yeah, this is just this entire massive document is a housekeeping item, a series of housekeeping items. This is one of those housekeeping items, and for the most part, a lot of it is because we need to adhere to what is new. That's why we do these amendments and housekeeping amendments, provincial policy. So I hear you, and I appreciate the argument. I just don't think it's going to get us anywhere. We're basically just saying we don't want that text as part of our housekeeping exercise here today. I'm just hopeful that we don't end up finding ourselves in a heap of costly debate at some other forum by eliminating it. But I'm sure if there's legal ramifications, we'll hear between now and council and ratification about that. So thank you. I got the chair back, and Councillor Johnson is next.
Yeah, it's a process question. So if Patrick's on the line, My question is, and we're getting these facilities that are popping up all over the place, as Councillor Ferguson said, on prime agricultural land. They are literally, and because greenhouses are allowed to cover 70% of the property, we're talking massive and massive sized facilities. So having said that, if it is in our bylaw or official plan that they are not allowed to have retail, what would that mean if you have someone who comes in and says, but ours is on a highway, ours is not, in a town, it's not whatever. What is the process for that person or owners of that facility to allow for or apply for retail? So our licensing will not approve it because it's not in the zoning. But are they not licensed by the province? I just want to understand what's involved here because I want to make sure that we all follow the same bouncing ball. So if Patrick's on the line.
Good morning. Through the chair, yes. So they would have to apply under the Cannabis License Act to the province. And producers are limited to one, they're limited to one license for their production location. And it would be limited to what they could sell. So they'd have to align with provincial regulation. If our zoning doesn't permit it, they could, I guess, apply to override that and see a business license if it comes to that head. But that's we haven't seen that happen yet, so it's hard to predict exactly how that would play out.
Okay, so just to be clear, I own a facility. I'm going to sell whatever I grow on the site. Somebody's microphone's on. So I want to sell on my property, but the bylaw at City of Hamilton says no. Does it really matter when I apply to the province whether or not I have a retail facility or not? Or does it have to come? Does it come through the city for the licensing for the retail? I don't think.
Through the chair. So I just to keep a note. So in the absence of anything speaking to it in our zoning, the Cannabis License Act would prevail, and they'd still have to get their license there. In terms of our business licensing, I think it might be best for someone from MLE maybe to answer that, or from licensing, because we don't typically deal with that in planning considerations. But I think it's important to note that what's being proposed in this housekeeping amendment is that it would just regulate it the same way as other retail. So if it's regulated under this proposed provision, it would still be regulated the same way as other small-scale retail that's accessory would be regulated. But in the absence of that, it's open for what size of retail operation they could have at that location.
Okay, so I guess my point is I heard the comment that it really doesn't matter what we pass here, it won't matter. And I'm wondering if in fact it would matter, and in a good way for us, because that it's the city that regulates the licenses. And if it's not in they're not allowed to have it as a license, then they're going to have to go above us to the province and get that license. They're going to have to do that extra effort. And quite frankly, I'm all over that. I think that it's great. So I support it. I just wanted to make sure that there was, in fact, a bit of a speed hump, if you will, in the process of getting their license for this facility. Thank you.
And it's the province that licenses the facilities, as noted. Through to Danko now. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could I just ask staff, right now, are farms allowed to sell fruits and vegetables, things that they grow?
Mm-hmm. Oops.
Through the chair, yes, they are, but there are restrictions. There are two restrictions. One deals with the square footage of 200 square meters within a facility, or you can have a separate little fruit stand of 18.5 meters squared.
Which is regulated through retail regulations through the City of Hamilton bylaws. So I'm having trouble figuring out what the difference is.
Through the chair, the idea here is that the retail for cannabis would follow those exact same rules. It would not be wide open, so they would have to sell only their own product. And it wouldn't be a free-for-all in terms of size. It would be given the same rules as every other fruit, vegetable, hay, or whatever. So it's consistent from the retail components in the rural area.
So, I totally understand the argument that the province is completely, and I mean absolutely completely messed up the rollout of retail cannabis. Completely agree on that. But, unfortunately, we are where we are, and just symbolically leaving it out of our bylaw, honestly, what's the point of that? Through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, if we were to purposefully leave this out, does that leave us open to any legal liability as a municipality? Not having our bylaw in line with provincial regulations?
Steve Robichaud, through you, Mr. Chairman. Because our current official plan policies and zoning regulations predate the current provincial legislation, if an owner came in to establish a a cannabis retail operation, we said it was contrary to zoning, they could go to court and do a legal challenge there to say that we don't have the authority under the provincial legislation to define this as a different use from other retail uses, and seek a court order to allow for the retail operation to proceed. Essentially, what we are saying is that and that they would proceed on that basis to force the issuance of a building permit and or any other license permits required. We do not have the authority to differentiate between a cannabis retail operation from any other type of retail that is permitted once the zoning bylaw allows those retail permissions. So as Ms. Hickey-Evans said, whether it is simply a produce stand that was intended just to allow potatoes or carrots to be sold, or a full-blown retail operation in an urban environment, from the provincial perspective, the legislation overrides any municipal restrictions, and by law, we are not allowed to identify cannabis retailing as a separate land use within our zoning bylaws. So effectively, our official plan policies and zoning regulations that do not permit this or prohibit this are overridden by provincial statute. Thank you.
If we were to leave this housekeeping amendment out of the update, we would have no intention of actually enforcing it because we know it's not enforceable, correct?
Through you, Madam Chairman, through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. We would not be able to deny or say that this operation at this location could not have a retail operation. I mean, the other alternative is by excluding it, they could challenge, they could file an appeal to the LPAT to say that council should include these permissions or remove those permissions. But if there was no challenge and somebody came in 6 months' time from now to establish a retail operation at this location or another cannabis production facility, if the zoning bylaw allows for retail associated to an agricultural operation, and provided they comply with those performance standards, then they would be entitled to have that retail operation at that location. Thank you.
Thank you. So, I mean, in the rural areas, we have all kinds of golf courses, fruit stands, other destinations with people in their rip snorted with their hot rodded pickup trucks to get their fix. So, there's really no difference here. But I'm inclined to support Councillor Ferguson on this just because I really do feel that the province has, completely put us in an untenable position with cannabis retail. And if it's symbolic, I guess maybe the hope is that in the future they will fix the legislation, and then we're already ahead of the fix. So, my thoughts on this issue. Thank you.
Councillor Pearson? No? Okay, so the amendment's on the floor. It's moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Judy Partridge. It's to eliminate on page 6 of 11, Appendix D, the final bar under Volume 1, Chapter Systems and Designations. All in favor? Carries 7-1-0. Now on I don't think we had any more amendments. You dealt with your constituent in Ancaster. Councillor Pearson, you look like you're getting my attention now.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, is this where I can move my motion to, with regards to item 8.1A, the written submission by Kevin Dinza be referred to staff to review the concerns or the request for an official plan amendment to allow development on private roads.
Sure.
And for staff to review that, if I could move that, and I'm not sure he would like to second it for me. I think Councillor Partridge mentioned that she was interested, if that's okay.
Okay.
I'll put that on the floor.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Thank you. Who? Johnson. Councillor Johnson? He's no longer present. I need a mover and a second before we get to the main motion that the public submissions were received and considered by the committee in approving the application. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Collins. All in favor? And we're just waiting for that vote to come up at this point. And now we're awaiting the results, and then I'll look for a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations as amended. Councillor Pearson, we need your vote on your motion. Carry 7-0. Now I need a mover and a seconder on the motion as and the recommendations as amended. Moved by, sorry, I've just got back to it. Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Thank you. 8.2 is an application for amendment Urban Hamilton official plan and Ancaster zoning bylaw. Land's located at 15 Church Street in Ancaster. And do we want to see the staff presentation here, Councillor Ferguson? Yes, he does. So we'll ask James Van Roy.
Good morning.
To join us. Good morning, James.
Morning, how are you today?
Real good. How you doing?
Good, thanks. Okay, let me share my... Just bear with me one moment here, please.
That's okay.
You can see the PowerPoint there, Chair?
I can't see you. I see another James, though. Actually, James, would you mind cutting your video down? We're coming to you in just a bit. Thank you, sir. I need to see a few people on the top bar here at my end. Okay, James, you're just like Alvin, you don't want us to see you today?
You will get to see my face after this, and you can enjoy my face mask that has floral print.
Oh, great.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee, staff, and public in attendance. My name is James Van Roy. I'm a planner with our development planning suburban team, and I'll be discussing the Urban Hamilton official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications for lands located at 15 Church Street in Ancaster. So here we have our site. As you can see, the lot is rectangular in shape. The total land area is 0.126 hectares. The lot frontage is 50 meters with a depth of 25 meters. And the applicant is redesignating the lands from low density residential 1 to low density residential 3 with a site specific policy area to allow for a right of way width of 12.19 meters within the Ancaster Wilson Street secondary plan. The applicant is also rezoning the property from the existing residential ER zone to the holding residential multiple TRM2 712 zone. This will be modified within the Ancaster zoning bylaw. This image here shows an aerial view of the site. To the north, we have a commercial entertainment use. To the east, we have single attached dwellings. To the south, we have a combination of single attached dwellings and offices, such as the Ancaster Minor Sports Association, also known as the Hamel House. And to the west, we also have offices. As you can see, the site is wedged between a residential area to the east and a mixed-use commercial area to the west. I'd also like to indicate that there is an error on my staff report on page 27. I have indicated that the permitted heights to the west of this site are 3 stories, but in actuality, the permitted heights to the west of the site are 2.5 stories. So here's the proposal. The proposal is for the development of 6 street townhouse dwellings at 2.5 stories with 2 parking spaces for each dwelling unit. The bylaw before you seeks specific modifications in relation to the parent residential multiple RM2 zone. The modifications would allow for reduced minimum lot area, reduced minimum lot frontage, reduced minimum lot depth, increased maximum lot coverage, reduced minimum front, rear, and side yard setbacks, and permission for encroachments for things like chimneys and privacy screens. Here we have an elevation, the elevation drawings of the proposal. This would be, the top is if you're looking at the site from the front, and the bottom is if you're looking at the site from the rear. And here we have our east and west elevations. So just to give you a bit of context of the area, we'll start off at the site. Here you can see there's an existing 1.5 story dwelling on the property. This is currently a vacant building. This is a view looking toward Loader Street. On the left side, you can see the public notice sign posted on the property. And as you can see, Church Street is a very narrow street with the road being roughly only 19 to 20 feet in width. Moving east and looking north, we have the neighboring property at 25 Church Street, which is also which is a 2-story red brick single detached dwelling. And if we continue moving east, you'll notice that we have a combination of 1 to 1.5 story dwellings. Here we have a photo looking south on Loader Street. I would just like to point out that this was taken early on a Sunday morning. Typically, we would see cars parked along that left-hand shoulder of the road. And here we have a view of Loader Street as if you're looking towards the Ancaster Town Hall or the tennis courts. And I should reiterate here as well, you'd see vehicles generally parked on the right-hand shoulder of this road. Going back to the site and west towards the Ancaster Village, going west towards Wilson Street, we enter the Ancaster Village core. To the left, you can see the Hamel House, which is a designated building, and to the right, you'll see 326 Wilson Street, which contains office uses. So here we have the Hamel House, and here we have 326 Wilson Street. And here we have the intersection of Wilson Street, Church Street, and Sulphur Springs Road, followed by a view looking south on Wilson Street East, and a view looking north on Wilson Street East. And lastly, here we have the Ancaster Theater, the old fire hall, which is directly behind the subject lands. And this is a view directly looking at the back of the subject lands. I would just kind of like to provide committee with an overview of the circulation process, as well as the concerns that we've received for this proposal. So this application was circulated to property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands. There was also an Ancaster Community Council meeting held on February 3rd, 2020. I'll touch briefly on the concerns because we are probably going to hear about them through our delegates today. Most of the concerns received by staff up until now have been with respect to traffic, parking, neighborhood character, heritage, sanitary sewer capacity, water runoff, safety and crime, and tree removal. With respect to traffic and parking, the development provides 2 spaces per dwelling unit, which is consistent with the current standard for Ancaster. There will be minimal vehicle traffic generated by this development, and it's unlikely to have some perceptible negative impact on the road area network. With respect to neighborhood character, the proposal includes materials that are complementary and consistent with the area, such as red brick and wood paneling, provides an appropriate transition, and currently proposes materials that are consistent with the Ancaster-Wilson Street urban design guidelines. With respect to heritage and cultural heritage impact assessment, a cultural heritage impact assessment was submitted and reviewed by staff. The assessment recommends design measures to ensure the adjacent cultural heritage resources are not impacted and that the proposal fits within the context of the surrounding heritage properties. In response to sewer capacity, a functional servicing report has been submitted and engineering approvals has reviewed the proposal and has no concerns with the sanitary capacity. With respect to water runoff, a detailed stormwater management design will be required through the site plan control process. With regards to safety and crime, increases in population density does not directly correlate with an increase in crime. We will try to implement CEPTED principles, which can reduce crime opportunities. The proposed development achieves these principles by providing opportunities for natural surveillance and visible means of access, as well as a defined distinctive public and private property. With regards to tree protection, a tree protection plan and future landscape plan will be required to address tree removal and compensation as part of the future site plan control process. In closing, the proposed official plan amendment and the proposed zoning bylaw amendment have merit and can be supported as they are consistent with the provincial policy statement, conform to a place to grow, comply with the general intent and purpose of the Urban Hamilton official plan, and will comply and implement the policy of the Ancaster Wilson Street secondary plan. The proposed development represents good planning, providing compatible low-density residential development in a compact and efficient form, enhances and continues the streetscape of the neighborhood, and provides additional housing opportunities in the community. This concludes my presentation. I yield my time.
Thank you, James. If you could take that screen down. And I'll look to move to receive the staff presentation unless there's questions of staff. If you could just take the screen down. I can't see James. Only Councillor Collins and myself at my end.
My apologies.
No worries. I don't see any speakers, so I need, once this James's screen is down, we'll look to move to receive. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, or do you wish to ask a question, Councillor Ferguson?
I want to leave most of my questions till after I hear from the applicant's consultant and the public. But just a question of staff, the existing home had a pretty serious fire in it and has been vacant ever since. And I'm told, but I have not heard it from anybody that's totally knowledgeable, and I can't get in the house, it's all locked up, that there was a lot of damage done to it, and someone attempted to renovate it, but give up. Is the home destroyed beyond salvage? Do you know, James?
Through you, Chair, I do not know that the answer to that question. It might be our applicant may have better understanding of that.
Okay, and okay, that's all my questions for now. I want to wait to hear from the public and from the applicant's consultant, Mr. Chairman. So I'll move the staff report be received.
Well, the staff representation, and that's seconded by Councillor Collins. All in favor? Receive the staff presentation. Carries 8-0. James Webb, Consulting, and Joseph Velco, owner, both in attendance. James, are you in support of the staff report?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, great.
Great, thank you. Yes, we are in full support with the opinion that's been put before you by your planning staff. And if it pleases committee, I'd like to make a brief presentation.
Please.
With the assistance of Mr. Valash, who's going to upload a PowerPoint presentation. And we will provide for you a quick overview of the proposal, try to respond to some of the questions and comments today. So,
thank you. Go ahead.
I'm learning that each and every planning application that I work on has a certain narrative or certain theme. In this case, the theme is about it's an infill project in the core area of Ancaster, which is sensitive for its heritage issues, and it's a cohesive community in terms of the neighboring residents. It's people that take a great amount of passion in their community, and for that reason, great interest in any development applications. The narrative here is, I believe that this is a planning application that's been quite responsive to the full breadth of not just city policy documents, but input from the councillors, the neighborhood committees, and the public interest. And at the end of the day, as planners, we simply refer to that as good planning. But the emphasis is that as professional planners, we need to come before you and offer you our opinion that is completely balanced, has had the benefit of a review and input, And in this circumstance, we also have the benefit of your professional planning staff sharing our opinion that the applications before you represent good planning and a recommendation to approve. James, if I could ask just to go quickly to the next, to that very slide there, you anticipated, sorry, just to back up. So again, as you heard, the site is a bit of an anomaly. I'm referring to it as essentially a transitional property because to the north, you've got a parking lot. To the west, you've got a parking lot for a medical use. On the opposite side of the street, you have heritage buildings, you have an on-street parking area for those buildings, and then you have that significant cluster of Ancaster heritage buildings, the former town hall, the new town hall. And then to the west, to the right, you have the entry into what I'll call the stable residential neighborhood. The property does have somewhat of an irregular shape, which is a funny thing to say about a rectangle, but in the context of a redevelopment application, it is somewhat irregular in that the property only has about 25 meters of depth. So that's been a design challenge for us to make sure that we can put dwelling units on the property that meet those fundamental design objectives of parking, on-site amenity space, and a certain amount of spaciousness on the site, which has led to some of the zoning modifications that are in our site-specific amending bylaw. James or Joseph, next slide, please. Again, I call it a transitional site. It's also a bit of an anomaly. The red boundary line identifies the location of the property, and you can see how, on three sides we have properties that are effectively designated for mixed use, medium density uses, where our site is designated as low density residential 1. You can maybe go forward 2 slides, James, one more. James Van Roy's presentation was very comprehensive, but what he didn't mention was that, and as I've said, this project did undergo a significant evolution. When we began our pre-consultation process with the City of Hamilton, the initial proposal was for one much larger block of street townhouses, one block comprising a total of 7 units. That was the proposal that we put forward to your staff, and that's the proposal that was initially considered by our project team. And based on that input from municipal staff, and in large part the findings of our own heritage consultant, the decision was made that that massing was not appropriate for the site, which led to the change that's before you. Effectively, it's 2 blocks of triplexes defined as street townhouses under the Ancaster bylaw, and the design modifications have effectively met with the objectives for the heritage consultant in that it provides for more spaciousness on the site. The size, the massing of the building is more responsive to the size of other heritage buildings in the immediate vicinity. That one larger block of townhouses would have been out of character. So, the plan that's been refined through the process, again, being responsive to the input, it's my opinion, this proposal is in fact the best circumstance with regards to how the site can develop, taking into account that very broad range of inputs. We have heard concerns with respect to, thank you, Joseph. You're anticipating my thoughts fantastically. We have heard concerns with regards to certain of the regulations that are put forward in the zoning bylaw. And the way the zoning bylaw works is committee will be familiar is that you need to put forward the zoning regulations on a block such as this for the smallest possible unit. And for that reason, we're requesting a lot coverage of up to 49%, but I don't want to leave the impression that's representative of the entirety of the project. 49% is in fact the smallest lot. It's the interior unit of each of those 2 blocks of 3 units. The end units, by comparison, have much more generous or much reduced coverage of 32%. Than the site as an entirety, if you were to treat it effectively as a condominium or a rental project, the coverage would be 70%, which is, as you'd see from the next slide, very much in keeping with a lot of the recent approvals for townhouse developments throughout Ancaster. On the next slide, Joseph had just done a quick overview of a number of projects that have been approved throughout the town. And you can see from the numbers that the lot coverages, again, there's a broad range. So yes, we do have interior units that have a higher number, but the emphasis would be that we come up with a design that has an overall lot coverage that, in my opinion, is certainly in keeping with not just the intent of the zoning bylaw, but in keeping with more recently approved development applications throughout the town of Ancaster. And further testament to why that 37% is appropriate is that we're not seeking any relief with regards to landscaping. So we've been able to achieve that balance point between how much of the lot is occupied by built space, ensuring that the residents have adequate on-site landscape space, which is going to be no less than 30%. Joseph, next slide, please. There was also some talk, and James Van Roy touched on this quickly. There was concern with regards to parking and whether or not the project has been designed appropriately for on-site parking. As you see here, there's an emphasis in that each and every unit, as required by the zoning bylaw, will have a free and clear distance of 6 meters from the face of the garage to the lot line, which is more than adequate space to park one vehicle without in any way blocking the garage or overhanging onto the sidewalk. And the garages themselves are slightly oversized to ensure that there's a little bit of room for storage for these units, and that there will certainly be adequate space within those garages for the second car. There was brief commentary as well with regards to road widths and road widenings. This image is helpful in that we did have the full dialogue, and I believe Brian Hollingworth is part of this call this morning and can assist me if committee has any further questions. But we did review the current road allowance width for Church Street, and the consensus was that yes, although it is undersized, there was less desire to actually take road widenings from this property or any other property for the purposes of a widening, because in fact, the way the Church Street is functioning today is actually acting as a very effective form of traffic calming. It's not a wide street. It's certainly not streets where you would see excessive speeds or volumes just because of its very nature. And as part of our commitment, just to complete the point on the road widening, we have been able to demonstrate through our civil engineer that across the entirety of the frontage, we will be able to replace the existing sidewalk that is substandard with a new sidewalk that meets at least the minimum requirement of 1.5 meters of width. Joseph, we'll just quickly through the next slides. Again, just for the information of committee, Valash Luxury Homes is a local builder. Joseph just lives actually a couple of blocks from the site. He's undertaking a number of projects and is continuing to grow his business. His design objectives in the manner in which we've done the architecture is obviously to be culturally sensitive. We talked about cultural heritage issues, high quality building materials, and the intent to build it under the code as a net zero ready home. Heritage is very important. We had the guidance of Megan Hobson, a professional heritage consultant. Next slide, Joseph. Again, taking into account all of the built form issues that make the Ancaster core very unique. And we have sought not just to incorporate certain architectural and building material design elements into the project, but we're also going to be doing certain adaptive reuse of existing elements of that house, whether it be the existing brick, as you can see on the right-hand side of that image, and on both to essentially anchor the two exterior elevations. We'll be reusing that brick to build new brick chimneys on either end of the building to effectively recapture and reclaim some of those heritage elements of the existing building. I guess the last slide, and again, Joseph, just to the rendering, thank you. At the end of the day, the planning opinion is founded upon good planning. And in this context, good planning is very much about fit and compatibility. This is obviously, appreciate what it is. This is a rendered image of what the project will look like. You see the two buildings of three meeting the intent for the trying to replicate the objectives of the heritage character. I would just like to point out very quickly, again, through the findings of our heritage consultant that were subsequently reviewed by the City of Hamilton heritage consultant, just going to read very quickly for you a paragraph from those review comments. This was written by Amanda Brunton back in February of this year. Staff appreciate that the applicant incorporated heritage and urban design's feedback on the initial design. After reviewing the revised design, staff feel that the applicant has achieved an excellent balance between modern and heritage design. Additionally, staff are supportive of the applicant's initiative to salvage the bricks from the existing building and incorporate them into the chimneys of the proposed design. So again, that just reinforces, we've listened, we've been responsive, and Joseph, as the builder and developer, has incorporated those elements into ultimately what we believe is a project that achieves that balance between heritage, modern design, and ultimately the wishes of the marketplace. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll conclude my comments to Councillor Ferguson's question. I believe Joseph will be able to assist with regards to the status of the dwelling as he acquired it. And in conclusion, we're in full support. You will have seen that staff are recommending a holding provision on the land, which we are in agreement with, to allow for the completion of the heritage study by way of a documentation and salvage report and completion of the archaeology work. The project is also subject to site plan control to ensure that all of these built elements that we are showing at this stage will be formed into a final site plan approval with the City of Hamilton. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity to present to committee. I understand there's a number of residents that have raised some issues. We'd be pleased to assist committee in any way with any responses to those questions. So
James, thank you to Joseph. Any questions? Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, thanks very much, President. Thanks, James. James, do you know anything about the condition of the existing structure from the fire?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to defer that to Joseph because he has much greater familiarity with the structure and its condition.
Okay.
Joseph, if you're there, if you could respond to that.
Nice here. I see him.
Yeah, we purchased the property after the fire. It was actually probably substantially after the fire, where I do believe the previous owner tried to do some renovations. Somewhere in the middle there, they stopped. I don't know why. The building itself is obviously not in good condition. A lot of the structure is rotting, despite our attempts to keep the property boarded up. We're still having people breaking windows, so it is deteriorating. Obviously, it's been vacant since that point.
Do you know how long it's been vacant?
For sure since the fire. I'm not sure before then or not. So that would have been at least 4 or 5 years ago, I believe, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. To James, I think, could you just define for me what net zero ready home means? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm actually going to defer to Joseph on this one. This is a new term that is evolving. You are going to see more and more of these projects. I'm working on a 17-story apartment building in Stony Creek right now, so it's very expansive. But effectively, the principle is about energy efficiency and how do you design and select certain building materials to reduce costs. Obviously, it's responsive to climate change issues. And with that, I'm going to defer to Joseph, who has much greater familiarity as an actual builder with regards to the program.
So basically, net zero implies that the building has the capability in the future to produce as much energy as it utilizes. So what that means is increased energy efficiency in terms of building structure, building insulation, etc. With the ability down the road to incorporate some form of energy source. That's what the ready portion means of the net zero ready.
So I'm not sure I fully understand that. I don't think it matters, but you're saying it's being fitted in such a way that it can evolve into a home which is can be fueled by the energy it stores and keeps, basically?
Essentially, yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's just my question. Just was curious. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, second time.
And like Council Pearson, there's two buttons here to unmute, and I never sure which one to hit. Joe, while you're on the line, I've never asked you, will there be basements under these townhouses?
To be honest, we haven't made that decision yet. We were just hoping to get through the approval process before we get too far into the physical structure and permit stage.
Because it might help us with our decision, because there's two parking spots, one being the garage. Mm-hmm. And, you know, sometimes they get turned into man caves and storage areas, but it generally, if they have a basement underneath it, they become the storage area. And so you're saying you don't know right now?
We don't know. We're obviously very open to including basements. It really just comes down to what the market would desire. Obviously, if that would help a decision, we're definitely open to including them.
Because the furnace and the air conditioning unit and the hot water heater can go in the basement too. Then, so
yeah, it would free up space on the main floor. So this definitely, it is one reason we have been looking into it. We just haven't made that decision yet.
Can you make it now?
I guess what I can say is
you can't just say
open.
you can't.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to avoid parking problems.
It's if that helps us get over the parking problem, then absolutely we would include basements.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, I can smell an amendment. All right, move to receive James and Joe. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Brenda Johnson, since her man cave reference was part of our agenda again today. And that's a recorded vote. Delegates interested in sharing some time with us on this item today. Church Street, Ancaster. Just looking for Councillor Johnson to vote. Councillor Partridge is out of the room. As she indicated, oh no, she said 1 o'clock, didn't she? We got everybody? Yep, 7-0. All right, registered delegations now, and the first is Bob Maton. Welcome to the Planning Committee, Bob.
Thank you, Jason, and thanks to the committee. I'm speaking both as president of the Ancaster Village Heritage Community and as a close neighbor of this heritage building, which is just a few meters away from where I sit. The Ancaster Village Heritage Community was formed in response to traffic problems in our neighborhood in October 2019. Since then, we've expanded our focus to address quality of life issues, both in our neighborhood and in Ancaster as a whole, including heritage preservation and prevention of inappropriate development. We were incorporated in June 2020. We have 462 members on our Facebook site, and many of our posts reach thousands of people with entirely positive response. We have a 9-member board of directors, and the corporation has many members both from our neighborhood and from all over Ancaster. The plan this developer is presenting, 6 townhouses, each of 2,300 square feet, on a lot which currently has 1 single-family dwelling, will render all the zoning and bylaw restrictions on size and lot coverage in the Ancaster Village defunct, and will open the door to massive overbuilds, not only in our neighborhood, but in neighborhoods all over the town. Its lot coverage sets a new record in Ancaster at 49%, while current zoning allows for only 35% coverage. The previous record was 42% before the monster home bylaw came in, brought in by Councillor Ferguson. And it was this that precipitated the unrest that led to the monster home bylaw, reinforcing that 35% limit just 2 years ago. That's like putting all of the residents who currently live on Church Street, take 24 Church, 25 Church, 30 Church, 36 Church, 37 Church, and 40 Church, and then jam them into one lot that is only 164 feet by 82.5 feet on a street that is only 500 feet long and 19 feet wide. The Heritage Report by Megan Hobson says that this house, a century home built in 1920, is not beyond salvage. It would be possible to renovate it. The developer has only lived in Ancaster for 4 years. He may not know about the historical significance or even what is important to the people who live here in the Maywood neighborhood. Given that he hasn't been in business that long, it would make better PR sense to listen to the community and work in harmony with it, building a positive reputation and gaining referral clients rather than going against community interests solely to make a few more bucks. As a builder, Velas has 8 months of experience as a project manager for a property management company, Cornerstone Select Properties, and then he started his own company and built one house according to the Tarion registration. We are told by people present at the Community Advisory Council meeting where this development was presented that they did not approve this development. This development will mean that the entire town is under threat. Every neighborhood by zoning and bylaw amendments that will allow similar townhouse clusters and onto lots without limit all over Ancaster. The monster home bylaw that came in just 2 years ago was the town's response to overbuilding and overcrowding on lots. Our councillor has told many of our neighbors that he is now fully in support of this development. Against his earlier position on this, his support of the elimination of both ER zoning and the monster home bylaw will set a precedent that will allow similar developments all over Ancaster. And because he has already made up his mind and has told many of our neighbors that he is in full support of this development, for ethical reasons, he should recuse himself from the decision. Otherwise, these public meetings are a waste of our and your time. This development in its huge size and its architecture is not at all consistent with the neighborhood. In its massing and its size, it is much more than 2 monster homes on one lot. It is very difficult to understand how in 2 years, staff can shift from advocating for a 25% lot coverage under the monster home bylaw to nearly doubling that coverage in this application. And the councillor to go from advocating for the monster home bylaw 2 years ago to advocating for this development, I find it incomprehensible and deeply troubling that he would change his mind 2 years after being elected on this issue in the last municipal election. This is de facto betrayal of our township and our votes for him. The driveways are 5.5 meters from the sidewalk to the building and 6 meters to the garage doors. A larger vehicle like a pickup will overhang the sidewalk by a few feet and force pedestrians onto the roadway, which is dangerous because of speeding and cut through traffic. The sidewalk is already considerably narrower than standard width, and the developer is not required in this report to widen it. But he understands, as we do, that widening the sidewalk to standard width will merely shorten the driveways. So why would he do it? Neither widening the sidewalk nor leaving it as it is will reduce the risk to pedestrians having to walk on the road. Traffic on that street is dangerous. The street is narrow, 3 meters less than standard, and is extremely busy at rush hour, and also because of its direct access to the library, the town hall, the old town hall, the splash pad, the playground, the tennis and bowling courts, etc. Children and adult pedestrians frequent that street, and there's a sidewalk only on the side where this development will be. Vehicles coming out of the short driveways will have to contend with that traffic, and the street is too narrow to allow for flexibility and mistakes in timing exits. Garbage trucks often have to back up on that street to let vehicles go by. It is a daily route for school buses. 18-wheelers, Cisco commodity juggernauts regularly travel Church Street delivering to local businesses, and delivery trucks will have to park on the street. Vehicles that enter from these driveways will have to use the entire road to turn into the street. Some drivers have mounted the sidewalks to get around vehicles exiting from driveways, as my neighbors know quite well. I myself have nearly been hit while walking on Church Street, and there are 2 young children who play in their front yard directly across from this development. Cars backing out of these tight driveways into the street will pose a great danger to children, passing traffic, and pedestrians on that narrow road. The road allowance bylaw regulating width on semi-rural roads is being changed entirely to accommodate this development. Why all this effort and disloyalty to our neighborhood and to Ancaster overall in order to accommodate this outrageous development? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Any questions? Eldon Bull is next. Eldon Bull. Thank you, Bob.
Thanks, Jason.
You can,
yeah, I'll mute.
Yeah. Where's Eldon Bull? Is he with us? We'll receive all the delegates following the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Okay, folks. Unmute your telephone, Eldon, if your delegation is a telephone call. Just give us a moment, folks. Okay, we'll move to David. I'll come back to you, Eldon, if you can hear, if you're watching. Try to work out any tech issues at your end, or you've got some time to do that. I'll come back to you. David Hindley, we'll go to you next. Hi, David, we see you. Can't hear you, though. No. Try replugging in or check your volume, David. Nope, still nothing, David. Unplug your headset if you don't want to use it. Take your time, don't worry. Okay. Nothing, Dave. Sorry, at our end, we can't hear you. He wouldn't on with that headset. No, still nothing, David. Sorry. Okay. You want us to come back to you? Yes. Nod your head. Yes. Okay. Thanks, Dave. We'll do that. So Brad Davis. Brad Davis, you're next. Okay. Brad Davis couldn't wait any longer. Jim McLeod. Heard your voice at the start of today's meeting, hoping you're still with us. Jim McLeod.
Can you see me?
I can hear you, and I cannot see you, Jim. Sorry, but that's okay. If you can take your time and try to get your.
It just says the video's running.
Yeah.
Be pretty bad after all my years in radio if I can't get this figured out.
Well, you said it. Yeah, we've got.
I can see my own video, and the stop video's up, but you're not seeing it, eh?
No, hearing you clearly though.
You know what? I don't think it matters. I'm happy to do it just with audio, and if it shows up in the middle, well, there you go.
Okay, just
pick up.
I need you.
Lloyd Ferguson's comment that might be better if you didn't see me anyway. So.
I need you just a little louder though, and then we can go with the audio.
A little louder.
There you go. Perfect. Perfect. Uh-oh. We may have lost Jim McLeod now. We'll give him a minute. We'll just wait just a few moments. And if not, there's still Eldon to get back to. Jaynn Miller as well is next. And David is still working on his thing too. So you back, Jim? Jaynn, I see you there. We're going to get you to go ahead with your delegation, and then I'll go back to the list. Hi, Jaynn.
Hi. Jaynn Miller, 312 Loader Street, around the corner from the 15 Church Street. And I'm not sure how the conversation is going to go today. There's a couple of things that I would like to just pick up on from the staff report under the area where public consultation and there was staff comments to the various issues that were brought forward. And a couple of ones that I would like to talk to is the parking, the establishing the precedent, the intensification targets. They kind of all flow together here. So I'm going to speak, and then I may jump between a couple of these points, but they all tie together under those pieces. And I'll start with the parking. Why don't I put that one up in front, because I can see that, and it's been well noted that the parking meets the requirements of townhouses, which is 2 spots, and it meets a bylaw. And I can appreciate that this particular bylaw and the other one that's spoken to quite extensively in the proposal is the place to grow, and within the greater Hamilton and Golden Horseshoe area. So I can appreciate that these, you recognize that these existing policies put together a great baseline on which to move forward. And I know that the parking one obviously protects public road space, which is why we're requiring 2 parking spots there, which is great. I did a quick review around this area here and looked at various townhouse places. And please stand to correct me, but I couldn't find one that didn't have visitor parking space. So I guess that's within the light of our area here is a question that I have, because I feel that that these baseline policies provide the base on which we can talk about the needs or the demographic particulars of the area which is under question. And so when I look at this and I look at visitor parking, and it's hard not to drive through multiple living situations anywhere in any town. And you can see that there's more than the 2 cars that are in the driveway and the garage. So I look at it in the context of our neighborhood, and let's suppose that these 6 families are going to have family visit. They're going to have maybe friends come over, whatever. We all know how that pattern goes. So I'm looking at, okay, where are these folks going to go? Because we're already, when you look at the intensification targets, yes, it's noted that for the provincial goals, we have met the intensification within our area, but what isn't noted here, and which I think plays a part with the parking also, is that the report or the response of the staff doesn't highlight or speak to the other requirements that this area meets, which is the recreational intensification, which is awesome. And I'm not criticizing that. I think it's a real plus and a real privilege to live where I live within the heritage designations, to live within the recreation and all of those pieces. But they're all a part of the community and who we are and what we're servicing. And so recreation intensification, heritage intensifications, we meet the the goals for population intensification. So parking. What is the proposal for parking? I mean, I tried to dig a little bit, and my understanding, correct me, is that when these building bylaws go in, there are no requirements for visitors parking. So I guess I'm supposing visitor parking comes on the standards of the planner for good planning. And I heard the words used by James Webb, fit and compatibility. So the parking in the fit and the compatibility with this neighborhood. And I know those are being addressed by other folks in terms of the dimensions and whether the driveways meet it or don't meet it, the size of the parking, the sidewalks and all of those pieces. I'm not addressing that piece of it. But it's the visitor parking, which we know is going to happen. And where is that going to happen? And because we just can't absorb more into the neighborhood. So that's a question for how that is going to fit into here. I don't know if you want to stop and ask me some questions or address that factor at this point, or you want me to just carry on. I'm not sure how protocols work here.
Generally, you have your delegation, you just keep going. If you have questions of staff, prior to this meeting, you would have had opportunities, but your counselor may or may not ask those questions, but it's a delegation that just has a start, has a finish, and then the committee comes.
Okay, because I think, as Councillor Ferguson brought out too, is that how many cars are in their driveway and the mixed, in what garage has become, not only just storage, but I mean, you spoke of man caves. We see children's playrooms. I'm seeing in our neighborhood a number of golf nets being set up and all sorts of stuff, multi-use purposes for garage, extra space. So I think that all needs to be noted. In terms of the intensification targets, I think how that was responded to here was that the staff note that the province established minimum targets and that development beyond can be considered. So again, the baseline of what is fit and compatible for a neighborhood, and in this case, what is fit and compatible in terms of every other piece that this neighborhood supports in terms of the intensified recreation, the intensified, the heritage, the heritage events, all of those kinds of pieces, so that when we're looking to take a parcel of land and just max it out, we're not, it's not adding solely the intensification of the people, but intensification of the buildings that are, predominant within the facility. So the other piece of that I haven't seen, and maybe I'm missing it, and somebody could answer this one for me, is the healthy living standards. Where does that come into the intensification piece, where we're now looking to align with increased neighborhood space and addressing the province, which is now moving towards intensification, starting, I understand, at the end with long-term care. And we know what's happening in terms of the current crisis that we're in. So in terms of bringing people to the neighborhood and the numbers of people that we're bringing to the neighborhood, and with that comes the establishing precedent. And I think maybe a very poignant piece here is that James Webb, you noted that this is a transitional property. You identified it as a transitional property. Transitional meaning that it sits between a residential area and it has it's got heritage buildings around it, and it's also sitting with a doctor's office beside it. So it's called a transitional property. And future applications, as I understand from the report here, can be reviewed on their merits of the proposal. So on the merits of the proposal, this becomes a transitional property. It now becomes, the zoning gets changed. The mixed zoning moves farther down the street. So now the lot beside this transitional property becomes a transitional property because it's now next to mixed use property. So this transitional property, in terms of setting precedents, continues to move down the street and then around the corner as everything is approved on its merits. And how do we stop the next transitional property? How do we stop the next one and the development of this and down the next street and around the corner and down into, areas where we've all moved because we have elbow room, which is increasingly important in terms of healthy living. We are on a virtual meeting here for a reason. And the health standards of the world are changing. And I would really like to hear any of you reinforce or help call me and say, hey, we're going back to normal. And so the continued use of multiple dwellings as one transitional property moves to the next transitional property, moves to the next transitional property, there's no way of unestablishing precedent once it's established. And so as folks that live in neighborhoods, there's no sense of security or instability of your environment. Answer me that one, in terms of where we're going here. So I guess I'm asking for this final decisions. I think there's a number of good things that are being made in terms of parking, in terms of over-intensification of this property and the standard that it is setting as we go forward on future, because then the next property becomes a transitional, because it's now next to a multi-department, multi-thing. In terms of where we're going, the consideration that this is a multi-use area as it begins in terms of recreational intensified, what it brings to the community, its heritage, and that as was stated, as that planning is taken into consideration in terms of fit and compatibility and what it brings and what it will bring to not only the present, but what it will bring to the future of an area. So I guess parking is the beginning of it, establishing precedent and the unique demographics of this area as they stand within baseline policy and growth patterns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jaynn. We'll go back to the top of the list and try to get Eldon Bull back on. And then if not, David Hendley has hopefully worked out his issues. Eldon, going once, twice. Okay, David Hendley. Still no audio, David. Yeah. The clerk has suggested, we still can't hear you, Dave, sorry, that you unplug your headset and you check your volume. That's the laptop volume.
David, there's another option. There's a phone number that's included with the invitation, so you could call in as well.
David, just give me a thumbs up if you caught that. Okay, give us a call then, and we'll go to, give us a call. We'll get you on hold, and then we'll go to Jim McLeod. Jim, we can see you now.
Okay,
And we can hear you.
Am I?
You're good.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to appear today. I'd like to talk mostly about the effect of these applications. I live in Ancaster, not far from 15 Church, in an ER zoned area, and the development pressures in Ancaster are a significant quality of life issue. The wrong decision on 15 Church today is going to unleash a wave of similar development applications in ER neighborhoods in most of older Ancaster. And indeed, I think if most of Ancaster knew the process that was underway right now, you would have 500 submissions. This is a big deal for this community. There's two reasons why I'm concerned. First of all, the ER neighborhoods tend to have a high proportion of larger lots. There's two less than 100 meters from 15 Church. And second, the economics of filling lots with townhomes must be compelling. If they weren't, Joseph Alachi would be building a luxury home like he's well known for on 15 Church under the existing ER regulations, and we wouldn't be here today. Now, the monster homes that got through before Councillor Ferguson moved to control them in 2018 overwhelmed their neighborhoods. While 15 Church is called street townhomes, in size and mass, they are just like two monster homes, probably worse, because no monster home ever got 47% lot coverage approval. And you can draw lines on drawings and try and soften that, but the developer's own development statistics, that's the number that you have to go forward with. It's interesting, in 2018, the staff suggested that 25% lot coverage was appropriate for two-story homes in the ER. It might be good to ask staff why almost double that is now appropriate. Now, approval of these is not a legal precedent, but the seed gets planted. There's too many bigger lots in Ancaster to ignore. Monster homes are not the option they once were. So if this gets approved, others are going to move toward putting townhomes on these larger lots. I'm not pushing back on provincial intensification requirements. I expect Ancaster should do its share to help stop the sprawl. Does not mean you have to build and as high as you possibly can. There's other options beside exceeding lot coverage and could contribute to respecting the decisions on intensification. The committee had 50 input submissions from residents. I ask you to please listen to them. This is the second from rezoning at 15 Church Street. In general, their message is please respect our bylaws. Similar to the submission the last time somebody tried to rezone this property. That ultimately ended up at OMB, and it was upheld. OMB, so let's talk about the daughter of OMB, LPAT. The bylaw that enabled Councillor Ferguson's 2018 changes to control monster homes ended up at LPAT on appeal. It was upheld. It strikes me if this committee does the right thing and upholds that 2018 bylaw and its regulations, it's on pretty solid ground if the applicant appeals. If not, the cost of the appeal to the city, which Councillor Ferguson tells me could be $100,000, is a good investment to get development parameters for ER neighborhoods clarified once and for all. What's the worst that could happen? LPAT will direct that these applications have to be approved. If the city decision to leave the ER zoning is not upheld by LPAT, at least the incredible upset that will flow from that in Ancaster, and it will make the fire stove over Brandon House look like a tea party, will be at LPAT's door, not the door of City Council, not the door of Councillor Ferguson. Further, others, so the city might be there anyway. Look carefully at the variances being asked for. Lot size, 32% variance. Lot coverage, 36%. Front setback, 27%. And there's many more. These are not minor variances, and in a collective sense, they gut the bylaw. There's a pretty good case for LPAT to uphold a decision to maintain ER zoning. Others have set out some very good points on the incredible negative impact of approval. I'm not going to go over those other than traffic quickly. Church Street is very narrow. You can't back out of those driveways and not cross the center line. Please listen to the 35 people who have submitted comments on this matter because they live it every single day. And the front setback, how can you approve 6-meter driveways? The developer's own rendering, which we just saw, shows the cars that are in the driveway with their bumpers right at the sidewalk. Pickup trucks are the most popular vehicles now, and a regular four-door Ford F-150 type pickup is over 6 meters long. Maybe owners drive small cars, who knows? But it doesn't make any difference because there's lots of reasons for pickup trucks and larger to have to find somewhere to park because remember, there's no parking in the development, there's no parking on the street. They're going to sit in those driveways sticking out over the sidewalk. And I'm beginning to think that the 7.5-meter setback that is in the bylaw might be there for a very good reason. The bottom line for the developer is this is just a lucrative project. But for the 50 people or so that took the time to submit to this committee, well, this is their home. There's other places to build townhomes, perhaps where they're not so intrusive. But there is only one neighborhood for these residents that are asking you to please do the right thing. I asked the committee and Councillor Ferguson in particular, as the ward councillor, to do the right thing on this application and support Council's 2018 decision to control buildings of inappropriate size and mass. The impact of 15 Church Street as proposed is 2 monster homes. You can call them street townhomes if you want. They're the same effect as 2 monster homes. So please preserve the ER zoning. There's no risk to the city to do the right thing. LPAT is a possibility, even if the city approves this. And given the importance of this issue to all the ER neighborhoods, it might be best to do the right thing, maintain the ER zoning, and hope it goes to LPAT, because that will clarify future applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. All right. Okay, we have David Hindley on the phone now.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. Hi, David.
I apologize for my audio problems.
No worries.
Thank you for allowing me to voice my objections to the current development plans for 15 Church Street. Others have, much more eloquently than me, outlined the unprecedented multiple departures from the current zoning regulations, the various issues related to parking in the neighborhood, and the totally inappropriate type of development for this location. I would like to make 3 brief points. The first relates to parking at the development. The design shows 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit. To clarify, this is 1 space in the garage and a second on a short single width driveway, requiring any large vehicle to be parked up against the garage doors to avoid overhanging the sidewalk. I would ask you to imagine the following scenario, and having lived at one time in a similar situation, I have personal experience of this. A young husband and wife live in one of the units. They both work and have 2 vehicles. 7:30 a.m. The wife worked late the day before and her car is in the driveway. She is working from home today and is on an early morning Zoom call. The husband is leaving for work. He has to move his wife's car onto the street and park illegally as there is no street parking on Church. He then moves his car out of the garage onto the street and illegally parks it before putting his wife's car back in the drive. Multiply this by 6 dwellings. Now consider this is happening less than 50 meters from Church and Wilson Street traffic lights on a street that's so narrow that vehicles tend to slow down to pass each other. If this activity is going on during the morning rush hour, then I can see huge issues with the traffic that routinely speeds across Wilson to use Church, Loader and Academy as a cut-through. In addition to this, where are the visitors, delivery and service vehicles going to park? As mentioned before, Church is so narrow that parking is not allowed on it at all. I can see a situation where large delivery and service vehicles have to park on the sidewalk. There's no sidewalk on the other side of Church, so pedestrians will be forced onto the street and will take their lives in their hands. My second point is my concern that this development is not architecturally consistent with the surrounding area. The response to similar concerns in the staff report on the application for amendments states that the proposed 2.5 stories would be an appropriate transition between the residential neighborhood and the allowed 2.5-story commercial office use on Wilson. But the nearest and only 3-story building in the village core is the recently completed building at Wilson and Academy 250 meters away. The adjacent medical building on the corner of Church and Wilson is 1 story. The pre-Confederation Hamel House on the opposite corner of Church and Wilson is 1.5 stories. The pre-Confederation Police Museum directly opposite the proposed development is 1.5 stories. How can this be an appropriate transition? Finally, I'm worried about precedent. There have been a number of higher density developments in the Ancaster village area over the last few years. To the best of my knowledge, all of these have been on a much larger footprint on the major arteries through the village. I believe this will be the first development of this kind directly fronting onto a residential street. If this is allowed to go ahead, it'll be the thin end of the wedge. It'll be open season on all the homes on Church, then Loader and Academy. As each one comes up for sale, developers will make the residents offers they can't refuse. And if the precedent has already been set, it's more likely that townhouse blocks will be built. The staff report addresses this concern by saying that any future applications would be reviewed on the merits of the proposal. In my opinion, this application has no merit at all, so I don't hold out any hope of any future proposal being rejected. I would ask the planning committee to reject this proposal and would encourage the developer to renovate and possibly extend the existing beautiful home on the lot. Failing that, please build something more appropriate for our heritage village. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. Last call, Eldon Bull. We're seeing a few numbers on the screen for this item, and Edwin, I'm gonna call out to you one last time here. And I don't hear Edwin, so move to receive all of our registered delegations. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? Oh, my, seconded by Councillor Partridge. I think, David, you left your mic on or your phone. Our last delegate, David Hindley. I'm hearing you still, I think. My e-scribe, I needed to reboot, so this is going to take a moment. I need another seconder. I'll second it. My apologies, folks. My e-scribe went down. I just needed to reboot, and there I am. Okay. I need a thumbs up, Councillor Partridge. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, Chair, I just wondered why you needed another seconder because I was here to second.
I'll let the clerk explain.
Okay, thumbs up.
Sorry about that. If you're absent for the previous vote, when it comes to my drop-down list for movers and seconders, you won't appear. It's just a part of the e-scribe system. My apologies.
Okay, because I've been here for quite a while, so I'll let you know in chat. How's that?
We're waiting for Collins, Partridge, who gave a thumbs up, and who? Pearson. Councillor Pearson, we need your vote. Can't hear you, Councillor Pearson. It's okay, folks.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I don't know why the voting thing's going squirrely because I thought I voted and it popped back up. Anyways, I'll keep an eye on it.
You think our assistant clerk, Lorraine, is doing all this on purpose? All right, we got them all, right? I heard squirrely as a reference, and I thought, oh, all right. There we go. 8-0. Thank you to all of the delegates. You've been very today, and I'm sure you'll hang in there as we continue with this item. I look now for a mover and a seconder to receive all the written submissions, the many that were referenced. That's moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Collins. All in favor? Councillor Johnson, looking for your vote to receive the written submissions.
It wouldn't go through. It's gone through now.
Thank you. Okay, and a mover and a seconder to close the public meeting. Moved by Councillor Pearson. Seconded by Councillor Collins. All in favor? And that carries. I need a mover and a seconder now on the public submissions. See, anyway, I'm told that this is the right order, but it seems odd because we haven't really participated in a debate yet. And some of what we may debate has to do with what we heard from the public. But I'll deal with Kelsey on this one after the fact. So what I have on my agenda, and I had this in the previous file, in order of these proceedings, is that we have to vote now. We need a mover and a seconder that the public submissions were received and considered by the committee in approving the application, or regarding the staff report to approve the application with an amendment that the public submissions received on this matter, A, did not affect the decision. And again, we haven't debated yet. B, supported the approval of the application. C, supported the approval of the application with amendments.
Mr. Chairman, I respectfully submit that's premature. We have. I feel the same. To give my comments and respond to the delegations, and you're asking us to say it didn't affect our approval.
Yeah, I feel the same now. Clerk Kelsey has a very good argument to this end, but I don't think we need to publicly argue it. For now, let's move this, like we did on the last item, to what some of us may feel is a more appropriate place. I'll leave this alone, and we'll just go to putting the report on the floor, and then that's the opportunity to ask questions of staff and do all of those things. So I need a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor. Nobody yet, so that's fine. Sorry, Councillor Pearson's now shaking her head.
Mr. Chairman, I only moved it to put it on the floor so we can continue. Correct.
Yeah. We can continue without it on the floor. So, questions of staff. We don't need to put it on the floor just yet. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope you can hear me okay. And it's unfortunate that WebEx is not working that well today because a couple of delegations we couldn't hear. So I'm not sure what's going on. And that's one of the shortfalls, I guess, of these virtual meetings, that the technology can let you down this way. But I just want to ask some staff's report. I'll direct them towards James, but James, if you want to send them through to Steve or others, that's okay too. So James, are you there? I'm just trying to spot you here on the.
He is.
Here.
Anyone who, sorry, we close the public meeting. Mr. McLeod, respectfully, you need to shut down. James Webb, you also need to shut down. That's the planner. Thank you. That makes it a little easier. Thank you, folks. I know you're still paying close attention. Go ahead,
Okay.
James.
Yeah, I see James now. So James, can you bring up the slide that James Webb put up about the lot coverage? I need some clarification on this. I know you have it because you put it up for him.
I can provide my slides. I won't have access to James Webb's.
Why not? Because you put them up for him. I heard him asking you to advance the slides.
James just inadvertently said the wrong name earlier. He corrected himself later.
Many Jameses and Jimmies on this call.
Okay, so I'd like to get that slide up again because I found it very confusing about the lot coverage. It seemed that you didn't touch on it much, James. I don't know, can James Webb's maybe need a motion? I need him to come back on to put that slide up because I think it's important that the public see this and understand it.
Okay, one moment, Councillor. James Van Roy, our city planner, are you able to find a slide that can appropriately satisfy, or do you recommend that James Webb's slide be presented?
I'd like James, our internal planner, to comment on the statement that James Webb said about lot coverage and see if.
Oh, that's fine. Then James Webb, throw that up there, please. James, can you take that down? James Van Roy. Yeah. James Webb, can you, I think it's slide 6, I'm not sure. Can you put that slide back up?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So I need to call on Joseph. Joseph was managing our PowerPoint. So Joseph, if you could please share the presentation and go to the page.
That's the one.
Thank you. I will mute out unless there's a question.
Okay, thank you.
We can't ask you a question.
Yeah, I can't ask you a question because we received your presentation to James Webb, not to our James, who's on staff, James Van Rui, if I pronounce that right?
Roy, yes.
This is an interesting slide because your report says that this development is going to be a 49% lot coverage. The slide from James Webb shows it's 37%, so just 2% over top of the maximum lot coverage. But it shows that this center unit of the development, there's 2 3-unit townhouses, it's only the center unit that's 49%, but the whole site is 37%. Do you agree with that? When you report lot coverages, do you just take the smallest one of a total development, or do you take an average of them all?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, when we are providing the bylaw for the site, we generally do provide for the limitations for the smallest site. So also lot area, for example, would apply to this internal lot, as well as lot coverage 49%. I would concur with James Webb's slide there that generally this site, you're seeing a coverage of 37 to 40%.
37. What's the 32 on the end unit?
So the end units take up less space of their respective lot areas than the internal middle units. So when you average out the 49 and the 32% across the board, then you're going to come across that 37%.
Okay, because it makes a big difference in how you report this. I mean, you jumped off the page to me. I got it circled in big letters here, 49% lot coverage. When in fact it's 30, it's 30. Is somebody trying to cut in there?
Sorry, it's Steve Robichaud, councillor.
Okay, see.
Because the intent is that these units will be freehold, and that middle unit will then eventually be severed off and sold. In order to ensure zoning conformity at that time, they go to convey that unit. That is why the bylaw was written with that 49% lot coverage. If it's the will of this committee, the bylaw could be amended to say that the entire lot coverage cannot exceed 40%, just to give them a little bit of a fudge factor to allow for an accessory building or structure. with no individual unit being 49%. So we could make adjustments to the site-specific zoning bylaw to reflect this drawing that Mr. Webb has produced, and it would respond to that concern and provide a little bit more clarification as to why we have 49% lot coverage in the implementing zoning bylaw. But we would add an additional clause to say that the entire lot coverage cannot exceed 37% or 40%. We could just fine tune that number just to clarify it, and that would then respond to these concerns. It's a technicality.
Okay, but Steve, the problem is the community, as you heard in the delegation, is outraged that you're recommending a 49% lot coverage when in fact it's 37.
That is correct, because as I said, the intent is to create these units and then so that they will be freehold. And it was just thinking down the road at the severance stage when that middle lot is severed off to be sold, because it's not a condominium but a freehold development. That is why the bylaw was written as 49%. I hear your concern, Councillor, on we could have added, clarified in the bylaw that the overall lot coverage is 37% or that the end units will be at 32%. I understand the community concerns, and that's why I'm suggesting we can amend the bylaw, and I think staff would have no objection or concern to amend the bylaw with respect to the lot coverage on the basis of the drawing produced by Mr. Webb and that we're currently looking at.
Yeah, because the public is concerned we're racking, stacking, and packing here. In fact, we're only 2% over what the monster home bylaw says. And we've done others that have gone over 35% through committee of adjustment and other zonings because it was what you needed to fit. And so I'm disappointed that the community got outraged when it isn't really a fact. I mean, one of the delegations today sent me an email yesterday, says he saw it was 70%. So this is an important issue for us to know, this. I thought Jaynn did an outstanding presentation, and she's concerned about intensification, as I am. We always got this pushback, and we've got city staff telling us constantly that we now got to have, much higher intensification. And I'm trying to remember, is it 65 persons per hectare, which is the new standard for intensification? And so to the planning staff, this is where we get pushback from the community. But please don't mislead them here and tell them it's 49% when it's really 37% when the monster home bylaw says 35%, because entirely different number. But I understand what you did because it's going to be freeholds, and you're right. I suspect the applicant's going to have to come along in the very near future if this gets approved and go to committee of adjustment to get the severances, as they always do when they put freehold townhouses in. So another thing, James Van Rooy, is that I want you to clear up is the sidewalk width. I've heard some of the letters. I mean, clearly, as you summarized, the issues are traffic and width of road and sidewalks. I don't think anybody who lives on that part of the village wants to see this road widened, nor do I, because we get speeding complaints all the time, and it is a great calming measure. But a lot of people do walk. Can you please clarify that or confirm that a new sidewalk will be going in front of this development and will meet the city standards of 1.5 meters?
Through you, Chair. So if James or Joe, if you could zoom in a bit to the sidewalk there, you can see there is some forgiveness between the lot line and the existing sidewalk. That forgiveness there would allow us to bring the sidewalk to what I've seen is at least 1.79 meters, which would exceed our IOTA compliance standards, which is being 1.5.
So just I know planning can get complicated. I always said there's three languages, French, English, and planning. Just to be clear to the public, the sidewalk will be a minimum 1.5 meter width in front of this development.
That is correct.
Okay, good. Because that's what everybody else walks on through the entire town. We built our sidewalks to 1.5 meters width. It's been suggested, and Steve, maybe you're the better person to answer this question, that this will become contagious. It'll run down the street, which concerns me too. I recall the Wilson Street secondary plan did wrap around the corner and captured this property and others right at the intersections, whether it's Academy or anything on running off Wilson Street. What is the risk that next week we're going to have another application come in for another series of townhouses immediately south of this development?
I think through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, given the unique locational attributes of this site, that is why staff were being supportive of the rezoning, and that it represents a transition from the low-density residential neighborhood to the Wilson Street mixed-use commercial designation and zoning. I think when Mr. Webb had the extract from the secondary plan on one of his earlier slides, it's very clear. You can see how this is sort of a very unique located site. In terms of somebody coming forward with an application to do townhouses in the low density residential area, we look at the character of the neighborhood, and we would be, as staff, discouraging them from making the application. And in fact, you know, you may recall just down the road, there were townhouses at the Academy site that got redeveloped for single family homes because that would seem to be a more appropriate use. So we would not be looking to have street townhouses going further into the residential, low density residential aspect of the neighborhood.
Okay, I don't have a feel how big the lot is adjacent to this one, whether it's big enough to allow for even townhouses. But you know, I think Jane said it's going to be. Jane said that James Webb said it's full of J's here. That the next one, this will be the transitional building to the next one. Help us understand how that won't happen.
If you look at what you have, through Mr. Chairman, you have commercial on Wilson Street on the left-hand side of this property. And then on the right-hand side of this property, you have a single detached dwelling. So this provides that transition from the single detached dwelling through the, so you have the street townhouses here to the commercial. If you start to add the single or the street townhouses or block townhouses immediately to the, on the right-hand side of this, then you're actually in the interior of the neighborhood, where this is sort of on the edge of the neighborhood and is oriented towards the Wilson Street frontage. In fact, when you look at the on the secondary plan, you can see that the lots to the north of above this property are all essentially a combination of this property and the immediate adjacent one in terms of the lot depth, where the lots unload are much more uniform in size. So we would not, this becomes the logical break in terms of historical lot size and lot pattern in the neighborhood.
Okay, sorry, Councillor James and Joe, you can take that screen down. Thank you for helping us out there. Joe has his own slides too, if further reference needs to be sent James Van Roy's way. Lloyd, go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to try to pick it up a bit now, because those were the big ones that I heard. The if it went to LPAT, the problem I've got is that, and I get a lot of pushback on development. And you know, Jim said that we'll have a wave of applications. Well, quite frankly, we've got a wave of applications in. Wilson Street is under siege, and he knows that because I've talked to him about a number of other areas. And so you have to pick your fights in life. But if it went off to LPAT, and of course we saw on Garner Road where we turned down 8 floors and said that the height restriction in Ancaster is 3, and they got approval at LPAT for 8. If we went to LPAT, and I don't know whether our lawyer is online or not, but maybe Steve can answer it. What would the cost be to take this to LPAT? What would it cost the taxpayers? Because our staff has recommended approval, and so you'd have to hire outside planners and assume outside lawyers. Can you get a rough idea in your vast experience, Steve, what an appeal to LPAT would cost?
I don't know, through you, Mr. Chairman. It's approximately $2,000 to $5,000 per day for the hearing to retain an outside planning consultant to do the hearing. I would anticipate a hearing of this would probably be, 5 days minimum, based on by the planning evidence submitted by the applicant, and then for the city's case, and then if there was any residents wanting to participate in that hearing matter. And then it would all get further complicated if it was necessary to bring in other consultants, like a traffic engineer, a parking consultant, et cetera, et cetera. And each of those individual consultants would have cost an additional $2,000 to $5,000 per day. As Mr. Van Roy indicated, all of the departments and agencies circulated were satisfied with this proposal. So if the city were to deny it, then legal would need to bring in a full suite of consultants. And you'd be probably looking at, say, 5 days for a planning consultant, a couple of days for an engineering consultant, a couple of days for a traffic consultant. So it could very quickly become $25,000 to $50,000 in those costs alone. For the actual hearing itself, plus any additional work that would be required to do to prep for that hearing. Thank you.
Because my recollection, I think I told Jim quoted that I've heard of hearings typically go about $100,000 because typically we have to go to outside counsel also. So you got lawyer cost.
That's correct. Sorry. Yeah. If we need external legal counsel, that can then get very expensive because there's a lot of work that legal does leading up to the actual event in terms of managing the file and the case in preparation for the LPAT hearing.
Okay. And Jane also brought up the healthy living standard, which is, I think, a very good point. But these units are 2,300 square feet. That's a reasonable size for a townhouse, isn't it, Steve?
That's very large for a townhouse. So it's not I always say a lot of the issues that we currently have with COVID are not related to density, but they're related to crowding conditions. So in terms of density, this is a reasonable density at this location, and that's why staff are recommending approval of it. And these units, as we did indicate, are quite large at 2,300 square feet. They're larger than a lot of single-family detached dwellings that are being constructed in various parts of the city. Thank you.
Okay, back to James, because I think he said in his presentation, what's the Ancaster standards for parking locations in a
Sorry, for parking?
Oh,
yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Raydrew.
through you, Chair. It's 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit for this particular standard, which the parent zone is the residential multiple 2 zone.
And what about visitor parking? I guess they'd be expected to use the old fire hall, the arts center for parking that's right behind these units.
The visitor parking standards don't kick in until you get to the kind of typically the condominium style straight townhouse dwellings. But yeah, for this site, I think I would expect that parking would generally fall to Lodor or to the Ancaster old fire hall.
Or the municipal service center where there's adequate parking in evenings also, right across the road. Okay, and I think I talked about Jim's comments. I talked about Jane's comments. I'll open up to my comments in a few minutes. I'd have to talk a little bit about Bob Maton. And quite frankly, Bob, you disappointed me in this presentation. You weren't truthful on 2 things. First of all, you said that I opposed this development when it first came out. And I've always been consistent saying I don't take a position on the development until I see the staff recommendation. And then I'll form my opinion. I didn't send out a bunch of people telling me that I've now fully supported it. What I said, I sent 2 emails out. And both emails said, I'm leaning that way. I didn't say I've decided because I had to hear from the public, which is what I'm doing today. I also heard you say that the Ancaster Community Council didn't approve it. That's not the format we use at the Ancaster Community Council. They're an advisory group. And what they said, because I have the minutes here right in front of me right now, was that they like the fact that it's residential, not commercial, because the last application for the dental office was commercial. Also, they said they like the height, meeting the standards for the village area of 2.5 floors, and we're generally supportive, but they don't pass resolutions opposing or denying because that's not their role. Their role is to give me advice. And so, quite frankly, Bob, you're talking like a candidate for council, not as a leader in the community. And I don't like the fact that you were misleading the public, because if you're misleading them here, you're misleading them out in the community too. And so
Councillor.
I take a strong exception. I had to get that out, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Okay.
Stop. Other than I've given this development a lot of thought. Up until a little while ago, I was going to ask for a motion to defer it to allow me to meet with all the people who wrote in and the people who appeared in delegations. But I don't know what to do now because staff have answered most of the concerns that they raised. And so I'm going to give this some more thought. I may in fact defer it, but I'd be curious to hear from my colleagues what they think.
Okay, well, we don't have anyone else on the speakers list. I'll tell you what, Councillor Danko, take the chair. And I'll give you a few minutes to stew, Councillor Ferguson, and give you an opportunity to decide whether you want to defer or whether you want to just deal with what's before us here. Clearly, like many of the files, especially when you were on planning committee in a previous time, you do a lot of work ahead of time, and that's much appreciated. And it's clear that you've done that here too, including meeting with your Ancaster Community Council. So I'll ask through you, Chair, to James, our city planner. So I appreciate generally the citizens of Ancaster, led by similar feelings from their elected official, um, more than probably any other area in our greater city, our super city, wanting to maintain what is currently the aesthetic. It's a tough sledding in Ancaster to make any change. Um, you know, the monster home bylaw that was referenced a little bit earlier, where the councillor gets accolades to amend our bylaw and create address issues as it relates to not only the character of the Ancaster neighborhoods that we're concerned about these monster homes, but the lot coverage issue as well. So when you are engaging, is there generally in Ancaster, James, and on this one or other files, is there ever consolation conversations? This is what's running through my head when I hear the Jim McLeods and the David Hindleys. You clearly don't want this. It's a large lot. The variances are similar to what we see regularly on planning files. But you never hear, well, what does work for you? Did anybody in your consolation, James, in your in your conversations leading up to this file, or anything you heard from those who wanted to chime in on this particular pitch, have any suggestions other than what's before us? That's to you, James. Ben Roy.
Yep.
Through the chair to the chair. We did get some alternative discussion where some people suggested you could have, 3 single detached dwelling units fronting this street instead. I find what works best is the initial discussion, the first public meeting that you'd have at the Ancaster Community Council, for example. Those are very, very good opportunities for the public to get out there and meet with the planners and meet with the private planners, meet with the staff, the city planners. But yes, to answer your question, that was the other alternative measures that we got, or designs, were 3 stories from neighboring residents.
Right, and it doesn't sound like that initial then community consolation that you had was all pitchforks and profanity.
It was not. There weren't a lot of people there. I believe Jaynn Miller was the only attendee.
There was one attendee?
Yes.
So through you, did we do the 120-meter call out? Really?
Yep.
Okay, so this is built up over time then. All right, thank you. I think I bought enough sufficient time and got to share just what my inner thoughts were during this particular debate and how it relates to Ancaster over time. And I appreciate there's Benbrook, there's Stony Creek, there's Waterdown. There are our rural communities, and they hold great character. And as a guy from the center city, I often enjoy the consistency of those communities outside the old city of Hamilton. But I also understand, and especially now that I've been a 3-term planning committee member, appreciate that we all got to grow. And there are pains when it comes to growing, and the growing pains seem to be felt more than any other area of our city there in Ancaster. So I feel for you, Councillor Ferguson. And I also bought you more time because it looks like Councillor Partridge wants to chime in. And so I'll take the chair back. Thank you, Councillor Danko. Oh, Jane, sorry, we closed the public meeting, but thank you.
Well, yeah.
No, sorry, Jane, we closed the public meeting. I can't let you speak. Otherwise, we open a Pandora's box and allow so many other people to do the same. Sorry about that, Jane. So, Councillor Partridge, I got the chair back. You're up next.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I do appreciate buying some time for Councillor Ferguson. I was going to suggest that, there were still some residents that are on this call that should turn off their videos and turn off their microphones. So thank you for going down that road. I do want to comment on a similar situation that we had in Waterdown. This is going back a few years, but I went to the neighbors, and it was a street that was very similar, had some, older 1950, 1940 style homes on it, with the larger lots. And, what the residents said was that they wouldn't mind having the single family homes there. But that they definitely weren't on for the townhouses. And I have to tell you that, very quickly, once we let one house be torn down, and in fact, that lot split in half, then 2 single family homes went up. It didn't take very long before the entire street went through that same exercise. Now, having said that, the end result, though, is still a residential street that, even though the lots have been split in half and homes have been put on there, and they're around that 2,000 to 2,300 square foot homes. The street actually looks quite nice, and the sidewalks are in, and so it has enhanced the residential look in an older area, just within the area of the core. So I personally, in Waterdown, we have more than enough townhouses. I don't support more townhouses. I think there's quite enough of them. But Ancaster and Waterdown and Binbrook, Stony Creek, all of the downtowns, even Dundas, where I grew up, all of the downtowns have a very special, very unique character to them. And of course, being from the Heritage Committee, I like to try and preserve heritage as much as possible. And preserving heritage to me is not just about preserving the older buildings, as we rightly should, but it's about the character of the neighborhood. And if you significantly change the character of the neighborhood, especially one that has a narrow street, and I can almost guarantee you that if it has a narrow street, that street will be widened. So looking at it today, looking at it with this proposal, I would also ask you to look at down the road, because certainly what I experienced in Waterdown, although it turned out positive, was that once one house went and the lot was divided, it literally happened to the entire street of about, I would say 10 properties. So those are my comments. I'm not supportive of a lot of townhouses going in just about anywhere, because I think we have too many of them in our city. But I won't speak specifically to Ancaster. That's certainly up to the folks that live there and the ward councillor. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Okay, any other speakers? Councillor Ferguson, you want to go back to the microphone for a second time?
Yeah, thank you. So I've prepared a bit of a summary sheet here, and it just worries me, and I have a leader of a neighborhood association misleading others. And that's why I wanted to quickly flip and just go and prove this thing now. But, it does have 2.5 floors. We really only got 2% over the lot coverage of the monster homes and 35. And it is in the village core where the BIA is telling us they want more people living to, support the merchants that live in that area. They've dealt with the massing issue by going to 2 separate buildings to break it up. So there's 2 buildings with 3 townhouses in each one. They're large townhouses from 2,300 to 2,400 square feet. They meet the provincial policy. So if somebody's going to appeal this to LPAT because it's not intensified enough. From my experience, and I'm in my 14th year here, just about finished it. We don't do well at LPAT, and particularly when staff are supporting it. The street will not be widened, and quite frankly, Judy, this one will never be widened because it just doesn't go anywhere. It goes to a dead end, to Hatton Street, to another street. We already got problems with cut-through traffic in the area. To widen the street would just encourage that more. So I don't think I have to worry. The public has to worry about it. The building, well, it's a wonderful looking old house, 100 years old. It has been severely damaged by fire. Staff has said in the report that it does have heritage features. And I got a commitment from the developer today that he will put in basements, which was, allows for not converting garages over to storage units. But I think I would like to look at a 2-week deferral. I'm not going to wait a long time in this thing. I'm going to try to get a WebEx meeting up with some of the individuals that wrote in today and appealed today, and get our planner on the line with me and on that WebEx meeting, and the consultant, just so we can answer their questions. So they're dealing with factual information in front of them. So I'd like to move this matter be deferred for 2 weeks just to do additional public consultation.
Councillor, we're into the Christmas break, so January 12th, so more than a month from now is our next meeting, or do you want to defer until council on Wednesday?
No, go to January the 12th, because I don't think that if he does get approval, the developer's not going to start digging over Christmas. So let's go to the next planning meeting.
Seconded by Councillor Collins. All in favor? We got to vote electronically on that.
By the way, I've got no emails in, but I looked 47 in the last 20 minutes about defunding police.
Okay, all right. You can stop editorializing now. It's starting to confuse me, frankly.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right, that's deferred. Yeah, he's voted. Okay. Thank you again, and thanks to all. That was a great debate, good discussion, good work, James Van Roy, and thank you to the rest of the staff and the other delegates for representing the developer. I need a mover and a seconder now. Oh, sorry, we're on to 8.3, which is permit fees under the building bylaw. George is here. He doesn't have a presentation, so we haven't received any written submissions. So I need a mover and a seconder to close the public meeting. That's moved by Collins, seconded by Pearson. All in favor? Oh, hey, George.
Councillor?
Okay, and a mover and a seconder. Oh, Councillor Ferguson, we're closing the public meeting on this item. This is an increase to permit fees under the building bylaw. Got them? Okay, no public submissions received, so mover and a seconder to approve the report and the recommendations. That's moved by Collins, seconded by Councillor Wilson. All in favor? Ferguson, go ahead.
I know you're probably sick of hearing my voice. The only thing that worries me is you're going up 2.5% when inflation's below 2%. We're in COVID-19 times when people are hurting badly out there. Why are we going up 2.5%, which is quite a bit above the inflation rate? And so I have to have trouble supporting that, if for no other reason than optics. We got some good reserves in the building department now, and so I'm just comfortable with firing off above 2%. I mean, we set boards and agencies at 2%. Why not the building department also?
CBO Vanderwint, would you like to respond to that? It sounded like a question.
Through the chair to the councillor, and George can fill in as needed. It's nearly almost all staff salaries, and it matches the union agreement, the amount of the increase.
So our unions are getting 2.5% in 2022?
I'm sorry, it's partially that. George, you can clarify that.
Through the chair, some of the other increases have been due to the fact that we're now taking credit cards payments completely. So that's increased our cost for credit card charges. In the past, it was always checks or cash. We don't accept cash now because of the COVID situation. We also had increases in postage because now we're mailing everything out. People aren't coming in, especially in the beginning of the year. They weren't allowed into the city at all. So there's been additional costs related to that, and also PPE, obviously. But and our costs have been increased also. Permit activity has been pretty high for our division this year, believe it or not. Even though COVID has been in the city, right? Or in the whole country.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, not a single city employee, to my knowledge, has been laid off because of COVID-19. And so maybe we're shielded from what's really happening and how much people are hurting out there. This will get added to the price of a home. And I just don't like the optics of going up more than inflation on this stuff. So I can't support the 2.5. I would support 2, but but I can't support 2.5 for optic reasons.
Okay,
That's all.
that was moved by Collins, I believe, seconded by Wilson. All in favor? Oh, Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So through you to the appropriate person to answer this, what is the reserve in the building department right now?
The reserve right now, it's roughly 23.5 million. 4 million of that has been set aside to digitize microfilm. So we're actually around 18, maybe 17.
Thank you, George. So I'm sorry, just to clarify, did I hear $34 million?
No, 23.5.
23.4.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And just, Chair, if someone could confirm, please, I thought that the whole idea behind reserves, whether it's the building department or the planning department or the water department, anything that's based on fees, is that in a time of emergency, that the reserve would be used to cover any additional costs. And I would suggest, similar to what Councillor Ferguson has said, that, people are just having a really, really tough time right now. And I would consider this COVID to be an emergency situation. So I'm just wondering if I can get a comment back on that, please. I mean, this is unprecedented.
Through the chair, actually the reserve is meant to cover downturn in the industry. There hasn't been a downturn literally in our industry right now. It's just building construction. We look at our budgeted amounts versus our expenses projected for next year, and under the Building Code Act, we're supposed to be covering our costs how much it costs for us to administer and enforce the building code. I agree with you, there may be some optics, but the reserve is there for obvious to be used in case of a downturn, which we haven't seen at this point.
Yeah, thank you, George. And in fact, I would suggest we're not going to see a downturn for several years, so perhaps we should revisit that policy. I can't support the 2.5% increase either. Right from the get-go in our budget discussions, I have been supporting the 0%. So, and that's absolutely no reflection on the building committee. You folks have gone above and beyond so many times, certainly for my ward and for the issues going on in my ward, which I greatly appreciate. So, I please don't take this as a reflection of staff or certainly the department. But I can't support it at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Moved by Collins, seconded by Wilson. All in favor? And it's 6-2-2-0. And so, thank you. We have one more item, and I think I'd like to test the will of the committee right now. We could get all the way through the public meeting, and then discussion items would be where we could resume after a brief lunch break. So can we carry on and finish this up? 8.4 is 19 Dawson Avenue, or does a ward councillor have more info than I have and suspects this might be a long, drawn-out item? Or do you want to just...
I would prefer to deal with it now, Mr. Chairman. If you recall, we had dealt with public delegations at 2 meetings ago, and we bumped it to this meeting here in order to table it and receive additional comments. You have a number of added correspondence that have been added to the agenda today, and then of course I have some people who've called in that I would like to present as well, and of course my own comments. And so I'm prepared to deal with it right now. I'm in your hands, in the committee's hands. This isn't starting from scratch. This is a carryover from about a month ago.
Okay, well, it's on the floor, and you have the floor, Councillor. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And so I want to thank the committee first and foremost for allowing me the opportunity to table this and to recheck in with my residents. As you'll note from the report that's in front of us, this was originally submitted as a 6-unit, 3-story townhome development back earlier this year. And of course, it's changed since. sorry, is everything okay?
Just a second. Sorry. I may have messed up here, Councillor, and I'm sorry to interrupt your flow there.
No problem.
Yeah, please, Councillor, I've done something to the agenda that's upset Elsie Kelsey. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm in your
So I just wanted to clarify the report that's being voted on is actually item 10.4.
Oh, sorry.
This item 8.4 was all the written delegations that we had received, and just the way we process the agenda, they go under delegations, but the approval of the report is 10.4. So if that just changes.
So you want to move up 10.4, seconded by, first we'll receive these written submissions, and then we'll move up 10.4. So
Sounds
move to receive, Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All in favor to receive the written submissions. We're voting on that. The next motion from Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Johnson, will to be, I know, we're waiting for you, Fergie, will be to move item 10.4 to this point.
I got disconnected out of LPAP or eScribe, so I support it.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Collins, seconded. Okay. Yep, that's good. Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor, I can't recall, sorry, Farr.
Johnson. There you go.
Johnson, it was Johnson. Yep, bringing it forward. And that was on your screen, folks. And I'm going to get a verbal from Councillor Ferguson then on that to move it up. Okay.
Yep, okay.
Councillor Partridge, we need your vote. 10-4 is does have one delegate.
You want to deal with the delegate first?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. That'd be appropriate, I think.
Thank you.
And so, Nick, hopefully you've been catching all this and you're available to us at this time. Looking for Nick.
I'm here.
Okay. Welcome back to committee, Nick.
Thank you.
Please address the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess to be not
Need you a little louder, Nick. A little louder.
Sorry, I guess to not be presumptuous to what Councillor Collins is about to say. I think that speaking to my client, we're asking the request to table this thing one more time for the next P&D. I think we've got some compromises trying to deal with some of the residents' concerns that may amend the application or may need to be addressed one more time by staff before we bring it back again. I know that our current one we already have a recommended approval from staff, but I think that in all consciousness, I think we should be able to deal with it one more time before we finalize the application as it sits.
Okay.
And I'm hoping that committee can grant us this request.
Questions of the delegate? Seeing none, move to receive. Councillor Johnson, do you have a question or do you want to receive?
Question, if I may, please. I just want to be clear that when the applicant asks for a deferral, then the 180-day failure to reach a decision does not apply. So in other words, the city is not on the hook now for not reaching a decision because it's the applicant who asked for the deferral. In a contemplation, a very good question, and we'll stray from the rules. Yeah, we'll stray from the rules. Let staff respond to that. Yeah. So Steve? Or Jason, or
can I respond?
Sorry, no, Nick. But you will get an opportunity. Patrick?
I know the answer. I just want it for the public record, please.
Unfortunately, the non-decision appeal timeframe does not pause if the applicant requests a deferral. So at any point in time, the applicant can refer to the Ontario or the LPAT for non-decision. Thank you.
Okay.
So just to be
Patrick?
clear, through you, Mr. Chair, so if the applicant asks for the deferral, they can then turn around and go straight to LPAC because the city has not reached a decision. Is that what you're saying?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Although it would, they have that legal right to appeal it to the LPAT at any point in time for non-decision. Thank you.
Even though they asked for the deferral. Okay.
That is correct.
You made that very clear. I think, Patrick, you nod in approval there. Okay, our legal nods in approval. And I'm sorry, Nick, I cut you off, but I'll give you an opportunity to respond to that, even though it wasn't a question.
Sorry, this is already long past the 180-day
Oh.
anyways. I mean,
Okay.
this application's probably 8 or 9 months old, if not longer. So we weren't even thinking about the 180-day limit or whether that is. I'm just trying to make this a better application so that we can move forward and not have to go to LPAT on any part. I think I just heard discussions about how much an LPAT hearing costs on this last thing that Councillor Ferguson was talking about. I don't think the city needs to keep spending money on these things that we don't need to, and neither does my client.
Okay.
We're here to just do what we think is a good project, and unfortunately, we just need to be able to deal with the neighbors' concerns if we can, and move forward to make this thing viable and good for everybody, including the
Okay.
city.
I appreciate that. I'm glad I got you in there a second time. Move to receive the delegate. Moved by Collins, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor. Thank you, Nick. And that's going to come up on the screen.
What's coming up on the screen?
There we go.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, what's coming up on the screen?
We're voting now to receive you as a delegate, and it looks like that's what we... Councillor Ferguson, thumbs up, Councillor Ferguson? He's out. He's on the phone. What's our vote count now? Do we have quorum? We have quorum, so 7-0. Okay, thank you. And Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, that kind of puts me in a difficult position because I've already gone back to the community to ask them about their comments on this application. And, you know, I've heard loud and clear, as did the committee at our last meeting, in terms of the delegations that gave a terrific response in terms of their concerns related to this application. And I think if you recall, and you have the report in front of you, this is probably one of the smallest development parcels, if not the smallest development parcel that's been in front of this term of council and any other that I've been involved with. So it causes me some concern. I should state off the top that I want to thank those residents who appeared at 2 meetings ago to make their case and raise a number of valid issues. And I'd be remiss if I didn't add that in addition to all those additions that you received today, which responded to my correspondence, essentially it was just asking people whether they support or do not support the application that's in front of us. We did also receive calls from Seika and Miles Perencevich at 32 Evergreen, Larry Mitchell at 40 Evergreen, Mary McDonald at 30 Cartwright, James Kerr at 28 Passmore, Wendy Passmore at 31 Passmore, Bernice Seeger at 47 Passmore, Brian Panchison at 32 Cartwright, Linda Cassidy at 36 Cartwright, and Jim and Annette Connell at 50 Passmore. So in addition to all the other opposition emails that you've received and correspondence, those are residents that called to state the same. And so for me, traditionally how I deal with development applications, whether it's a very large apartment building or it's a smaller one such as the one we have in front of us, I always start with the applicant and the representatives by saying that if you can convince the neighbors that this is worth support, then you've convinced me. And unfortunately, we're not at that point right now. And you know, this isn't a case of NIMBYism. For those that were on or have been a part of council and committee in the past, you might recall that this property is directly adjacent to one of the largest infill developments that Stony Creek has seen in the last decade or two, and that is the Amica retirement home that sits on the former Stony Creek Dairy property, as well as towns that border that property as well. And so this neighborhood had an application, a very large application in front of them many years ago, represented by another councillor. And application went through. And I think as you see from some of the comments that are included in the emails, the letters, and the presentations that were in front of us prior, you'll see that that development has left a bad taste in their mouth. I think that there were certain expectations, and maybe even you might call them promises, that were made as part of that. And the development as it was constructed is not what they envisioned. And so they supported that one, I think, as a neighborhood, promised certain things in the site plan process that didn't transpire. And so now they've given a really a close look at this project that's in front of them, with greater scrutiny to ensure that the same mistakes and problems don't arise with this smaller development. And so, you know, I say that in the context of this neighborhood was very accepting of development. They understand intensification. Many of them are generational families that have lived in this area. And so they've witnessed a lot of the changes that are occurring both in their neighborhood and others. And this isn't just something I don't want to see something on this lot. You know, they point directly across the street and say, geez, we were promised certain things that didn't happen, and we don't want that mistake to be made again. So you'll note from Mr. Chairman that, you know, the submission was made, staff modified it. We have the request now again today to modify it again. And I think it speaks to the whole issue of trying to, the phrase was used at the previous meeting, and I think it's a terrific one. And that is, we're trying to shoehorn a lot into this property. And if I take you to the map that is included in the report, the appendices that has the aerial view of the lot, you'll notice that this lot is very much in keeping with the size and scope of many of the other single family lots that have bungalows and ranches and very small houses in the area. And staff note throughout the report that there's concern about character, about how this property would transition and juxtaposed against some of the other smaller houses. And so parking, traffic, the character issue, density, intensification, those are all issues that have come up as part of this, as part of the opposition from residents. And so the over-intensification issue is one I think that we can't ignore. You'll note from a very technical perspective that there are two issues at play here in terms of the medium density versus the lower density. The medium density does not permit townhomes, the lower density does. And the unit count doesn't fit, though, with the lower density if you were to zone it low density townhouses. And so there's an issue here, and that's why we see the rezoning application. It is institutional. That's why we see the official plan amendment. And so we have a very unique situation here. And I'm, you know, my preference would be here today, in keeping with the request of the residents who are united. I'm not looking for unanimity. I never look for unanimity because it's almost impossible to achieve. But there really isn't anyone, maybe other than I think one or two calls out of dozens that we received, who support this. There's just a clear consensus throughout the neighborhood that this development does not fit in with the character and is just too small. And I as I usually do, I'd ask you to look at the list of minor variances that are attached to this. You know, with the reduced minimum front yard, the reduced side yard, the reduced rear yard setback, the reduced lot area, the reduced setback. You know, the culmination of all of those variances really, you know, I think for me, and it's always been an issue with applications that are in front of me from my ward, they really start to affect the application in terms of what the minimum standard should be as it applies to the zoning bylaws in the area. And so, you know, to see one variance, you know, we're half a foot here, which I think if you look to the reduced frontage on the corner lot, that's very minor, a minuscule variance there. But you start to look at all the other variances and you'll see, as was appropriately identified by the residents, that we're really shoehorning this application into to make this development work. So I'm of the opinion right now that Mr. Chairman, that I would like to oppose. I'd like to deny the application that's in front of us. That certainly doesn't prevent us from seeking some mediation between now and council. I could check in with you know, those people who've led the charge against this and see if there's any appetite to delay this any further, to see if it's worth mediation, and table it once more. But I you know, in fairness, this application came out in the spring, 6 units, 3 stories, modified, 5 units, 2.5 stories, and now we're hearing that there's a push to table it again to further revise it. And I think, you know, the applicant who's been very upfront about it, the applicant should be concerned, because I think, you know, this is one of those that would there'd be some trouble in terms of approving this one at LPAT or OMB if it was to make it to that level. So I would move to deny this based on those comments. That'd be seconded, I believe, by Councillor Johnson. And I would seek the committee's support in terms of making that happen. And of course, I could check in with council on next week to advise where the community's at in terms of this last minute request.
Thank you. Motion to deny is on the floor. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get back to, oh my goodness, the report itself. So my recollection, why is that not coming up? Anyways, so staff are in support of this. Can you please just clarify? Because I know this,
yes,
we've already had this.
Yes, they are.
And staff was already in support of this. I believe there's also correspondence today from the previous property owners, the Masonic Lodge. You know, I certainly am sympathetic to the ward councillor. I would appreciate the opportunity if I'm meeting with the proponent again, and maybe whatever can come out before council. Is that what I'm hearing through you, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, to the ward councillor?
That's what he said.
But he's moving denial at this time, so I'm not sure how that works. Because if we move to support denial now, then it doesn't matter what happens at council.
Councillor Chad?
Well, yeah, it does matter, because there's still the opportunity then to table it when it goes to council. So the concern I have is, and I did speak to the applicant last night, and I said after I've had a chance to look at all of the recommendations that I would speak to them, I shared with them my concern in terms of the last minute request. As we all know, there is a mediation. Mediation is the first step at the OMB and LPAT, and so the board doesn't want to go to a full hearing. I get that.
Right.
Our desire is certainly not to go to a full hearing if that's possible. But I think the residents, to answer your question, the residents, their thoughts and their desires and their positions need to be respected, and so I feel that that's the cleanest way. And it applies, I think, some healthy tension to this process, to know that the council is with the residents in a denial form. Shows how serious we are in terms of our concerns related to the application. So I hope I've answered Councillor Pearson's questions.
Okay, yes, you have, Councillor Collins, and I truly respect your opinion and your concerns. I would at this point I would say I'm going to stand by staff and wait to see what happens at council as far as what comes back from the applicant in the meeting with the councillor, and that's where I will sit today. Thank you.
Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I certainly appreciate what Councillor Collins is doing in recommending the denial and then dealing with it between now and council. And I fully support that, and I will support denial of the application at this time. And folks, we've talked about this over the years about last minute changes coming to the planning committee, and how we deal with those. And I thought we sent very clearly the message that we weren't on for that anymore. I agree 100% that the whole process of the LPAT is about reviewing and negotiating and facilitating, and it coming back to us for further discussion, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, there's an expense attached to that, but ultimately I feel we have to listen to our residents. And in this case, the good councillor is absolutely correct. He has heard loud and clear, and not only the understanding of how the residents feel, but exactly what their vision is for that neighborhood. And I think it's only respectful that we do take into consideration what all the residents have taken the time to submit, not only the written comments, but also in meeting with councillor and following the process. And I think there can be no bigger disappointment than when residents follow through on a process and it ends up quite differently, especially if they've been promised in the past that through site plan there would be certain things addressed that they had asked for, and indeed that did not happen. So in this case, I agree with Councillor Collins and support his motion to deny 100%. Thank you very much.
Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard earlier through Councillor Johnson's questions that we're already past the timeline for non-decision for this to be appealed to LPAT. So if we were to defer this, if I was the developer, I would immediately appeal straight to LPAT and just skip this whole process altogether because they're already going to be denied. So, looking at this development the last time it came forward, this is a fugly development. This is like, it's way out of character. It's way out of scale for that neighborhood. And I'm all for infill development when it's done well. This is not doing it well, and we don't do ourselves any favors if we support development that is just cramming way too much into way too small of a space. So 100% support for the ward councillor on this one. Thank you.
No further speakers. It's moved by Collins, seconded by Councillor Partridge or was it Johnson? Councillor Johnson seconded. Okay. To deny what's before us, not support the staff recommendation. All in.
Mr. Chairman?
First I need to, who's that now?
Nick.
Oh, sorry, Nick, we closed the public meeting. Sorry, sir. No, I'm sorry, sir. That's it. I had to do that with that Pleasant Ancaster resident earlier. I cannot allow you to speak. We closed the public meeting. I open up a Pandora's box. These meetings get completely out of control, especially in a virtual world, if we allow people to just chime in whenever they like. I have to have some control over the proceedings as chair, especially as this is my swan song as planning chair. So sorry about that, Nick. Thank you. So I need to know that the public submissions, that we don't vote on the submissions. It's on the, okay, we're just waiting on the clerk, Kelsey. Folks, just hold on a moment, please. Take your time. Yeah, and then we do the amendment. Gotcha. Now what did I do with my glasses? Moved by Collins, seconded by Johnson, that the public submissions were received and considered by the committee in denying the application. I think that's appropriate. All in favor?
I think the legislative coordinator, Mr. Chair, has cut me out because it doesn't allow me to vote.
Okay.
There it comes. Okay, thank you.
Right, and now, Councillor, as we wait for that, I'll just give a preamble, Madam Clerk, that Councillor Collins will be moving and Councillor Johnson will be seconding, denying the report recommendations as amended. It's right there. And it's popped up. And for the record, the vote tally is 7-1. And it is a break for all of us. It's 1:18, folks. So we'll come back to Planning Committee in exactly a half an hour from now. Well, let's call it 2:10. Okay, folks, half an hour break. And I don't need to move to recess, do I? No, move to recess, moved by Partridge, seconded by Wilson to recess.
Jason, you said we come back at 2:10. That's a lot more than half an hour. Do you mean 1:50?
I meant 1:50. Yes, thank you, Lloyd. Appreciate that. 1:50. Thank you. Wilson, Pearson to vote. And we'll get right into discussion items when we return. Urban forest strategies coming up.
Mr. Chair, we're just voting on recessing, right?
Yep, that's it. Yep. And then when we return, we get right into discussion items. So have we voted yet? Okay. How many we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Collins, are you around?
I'm here. I'm turning my video on now.
And I think Judy, yeah. Hi, Judy. Okay, we're good. Are we live? Okay, we're back with this final planning committee meeting of 2020 and on to discussion items. Do we want to see the staff presentation on this item, which is our draft urban forestry strategy? Councillor Danko would like to see it, so Kathy Close, we welcome you to the meeting. Hi, Kathy. Just need, if you're talking right now, your mic is not activated.
Oh,
There you go.
how's that?
That's excellent. You're good.
Okay. There. Worked. I'm trying to. Okay. All right. Good morning, Chair, members of Planning Committee, and members of the public. My name is Kathy Plaus. I'm a natural heritage planner with Development Planning, Heritage, and Design section. The report you have before you is the Hamilton Urban Forest Strategy Draft Report. I'll just provide a brief introduction and then turn it over to the consultant team who will provide an overview of the strategy. First, I want to say that I love trees. Trees literally do everything. They clean our air and water, store carbon to mitigate climate change, save energy, control flooding, increase biodiversity, improve our mental health, and are beautiful. They do so much for us, but sometimes we take them for granted. That is why Hamilton needs an urban forest strategy. We need to know where we're at, where we want to go, and how to get there. Planning has been the lead for this project with extensive involvement from public works, especially forestry, parks and cemeteries, and landscape architectural services. Development planning, growth management, risk management, and public health have also been involved. Since the project began in 2018, there have been many opportunities for residents, stakeholders, and staff to provide input to the draft report. Input was received through workshops, an online survey, meetings, and other methods. The main urban forestry strategy report is found in Appendix A. This report summarizes the information and actions. For more detail, a technical report has been prepared and it's found in Appendix C, and it includes the methods used, data, and public feedback. So the staff report before you has a recommendation, and it's asking council to receive the draft urban forest strategy, direct staff to undertake public engagement on the draft reports, and direct staff to report back to Planning Committee with the final urban forest strategy in 2021. I'd now like to introduce the consultant team who will provide an overview of the draft report and help to answer questions. Ricky Burkhart is a registered professional forester with 20 years of experience in forestry, natural resource management, conservation, and land use planning. She led the development of the urban forest strategy document and is the primary author. Ricky will be giving the presentation today. David Restivo is an associate at Dillon Consulting with 17 years of experience as a professional consultant, biologist, and certified arborist. David, along with senior Dillon staff, completed a comprehensive analysis of other municipal urban forestry plans, develop stakeholders strategy for the UFS, including the facilitation of internal and external staff workshops. And finally, Allison Craig is a urban forest health specialist at BioForest. She has 10 years of experience in urban forestry, invasive species monitoring and management. She led the iTree Eco and iTree Streets assessments and was the overall project lead for the UFS. Now I will turn it over to Ricky, who will provide an overview of the draft urban forest strategy report.
Thanks for that introduction, Kathy. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. As Kathy said, I'll just note that I'm not a planner, I'm an urban forester. So that's how we've approached this strategy really, but with the participation of a lot of other people that were involved, who she briefly introduced. I also want to note that we had, in addition to our team, 2 special advisors, we call them, from Halifax, who are Dr. Peter Dunker out of Dalhousie University and Dr. James Steenberg as well, who've been involved in several projects in urban forestry across Canada, as well as Ontario. So they brought a lot of good expertise as well to our strategy. So just bear with me for 1 second while I share this. Where is my presentation? Here we go. I'm assuming everyone can see that now. Is that working for everyone?
Yep.
Okay, great. So just to jump right in, just a bit of context for background. Let's define the urban forest first of all. For the purposes of this strategy, the urban forest was defined as all trees, woodlands, and natural landscape features within the urban area specifically, but on both public and private land. And in terms of the timing for this strategy, there were a number of compelling reasons that we wanted to develop this urban forest strategy for Hamilton. First, it's widely recognized in science and public policy now that urban forests have many benefits for cities and their residents. Secondly, trees in urban forests are increasingly recognized as part of the infrastructure that makes up cities, and as such, require management plans like any other asset. And thirdly, the most important point, I think, is here that the official plan, the urban area official plan, committed to a forest cover target of about 30%, which is common in a lot of cities in Canada and across North America. And you'll note here in this graphic that Hamilton is currently at around 21% forest cover, representing about 2/3 of the 30% target. There's a number of reasons why a lot of cities struggle to increase urban forest growth. And in part, that relates to often outdated planning models where we frame urban trees as costs rather than assets. We look at success metrics that are focused on planting often as opposed to the ongoing asset management that's required. We simplify the financial returns of trees, and there's often a narrow focus on built infrastructure and engineered solutions to complex urban problems. And Kathy already alluded to this, and a lot of this is common sense, but I just wanted to point out that unlike, a stormwater pipe, which arguably has one function, the beauty of trees is that they have multiple functions and return multiple benefits to cities and the residents. And that includes things like reduced noise levels, climate change mitigation, heat islands effects, et cetera. And I won't spend too much time on that because I think we're all fairly aware of all the benefits. I just wanted to point out that the urban forest strategy is linked to and supports other city strategic plans, including things like stormwater management, transportation and growth planning, climate change, public and community health, and most obviously has benefits for natural heritage and biodiversity objectives in Hamilton. Kathy also alluded somewhat to the process for developing the strategy, this draft strategy. And just quickly to go over the timeline, we started at around early 2018. We collected background information, we interviewed staff, we collected data. There were 212 sample plots across the city that were measured. and that went into the data analysis that sort of provides the big picture of the state of Hamilton's urban forest, which was a big part of the foundation for the strategy as well. Then phase 2 included a number of opportunities for public input, and Kathy can speak to that in more detail and has already, so I won't spend too much time on that either. Phase 3 was data analysis and draft report preparation, which was sort of an iterative process. We went back and forth with the planning group and other staff that were involved in developing this final draft strategy. And now we're going into phase 4, which will be early next year, a review, a final public comment on the draft, revisions, and then hopefully council approval. This is just a brief overview of the kinds of things that the iTree study looked at. And just to give you an idea what that means, iTree is a model that was developed by the United States Forest Service to develop a picture of an urban forest overall based on sample plots that were located across the city. So as I mentioned, you can see here the urban area in which 212 sample plots were overlaid and data collected for that over the summer of 2018. I won't get into all the statistics, but essentially what iTree gives you is a picture of the state of the forest as well as evaluation of all of the ecosystem services that the forest provides. And those are all summarized in the reports. I'll just pull out one example here, which is that the results showed that the urban forest has a replacement value of about $2.13 billion. And I couldn't find numbers for Hamilton, but I thought this was interesting to put it into perspective, how that compares to other types of infrastructure. And so recent estimates for the city of Toronto have a value of about $7 billion for their urban forest as compared to $28 billion for their entire stormwater management system, which I thought was interesting. So we're talking about significant city assets in both cases. So what came out of all of this background information and consultation and study is the first draft urban forest strategy for the city of Hamilton. And it consists of 5 themes, guiding principles, and 25 related actions. And I just wanted to note a couple of points before we get into those a little bit more. Just to highlight the difference between a strategy and a management plan. This is a strategy. So it's high level, it provides a roadmap for what needs to happen, not how that's going to happen. It just generally provides direction for more detailed operational planning moving forward. And that's the city who will be taking that and implementing the plan. And secondly, you'll notice that unlike some other strategies, this one puts education, awareness, and communications up front and center, because we felt that there was in Hamilton some important groundwork to be laid in terms of increasing the level of awareness and appreciation for the value of the forest and what it takes to manage that sustainably. So, under the heading of the 5 themes, we start with inspire, with the guiding principle here to engage and inspire the community with a bold vision for Hamilton's urban forest. And the actions under this heading involve a number of things: a communications and outreach plan, strategic partnerships, working with the development community and private landowners to increase awareness, and developing and reporting on measurable indicators of progress, including how the engagement strategy itself is working. And for these things to be implemented effectively, this is not a sort of a side of a desk exercise. And for that reason, we also recommended that the city create a new position that will support these multiple objectives, including bridging silos, improving coordination across departments, and developing partnerships that can help support the principles and the implementation of the strategy. Other actions under theme 1 include establishing an interdepartmental working group, improving implementation of plans that are already required through development application review, completing land cover and canopy cover mapping, and I can speak to some of these points in more detail if there's questions later, as well as standardizing tree planting details for city projects and developing canopy cover targets for development proposals in the city. And I just want to point out that some of these things are already in progress, but are still highlighted in the strategy because they're important foundational parts of an urban forest program. Under ACT, we also have improving the integration of trees through applicable policies, plans, and guidelines, identifying the root cause of canopy change in Hamilton, and reviewing urban forest management structures and improving consolidation of some of the forestry functions in the city. Under the heading of protect, the guiding principle here is that trees are a valued city asset and an essential part of Hamilton's infrastructure. So under this heading, we want to look at improving public and private tree protection and preservation and completing a climate change vulnerability assessment for the natural heritage system in Hamilton's urban forest. So the latter will better position Hamilton to prepare for the impacts of extreme weather events and climate effects on the urban forest, and also help inform emergency response planning, which has also been noted as part of the strategy's recommendations. Again, a lot of this is already underway, but it's sometimes a question of formalizing the approach and documenting that so it's transparent and clear. In the longer term, we recommend developing and implementing an invasive species management strategy, as well as I noted, formalizing service standards and emergency response plans. Under theme 4, we have the guiding principle well, theme 4 is growing the urban forest. And the guiding principle here is regular investments, not only in tree planting, but also in maintenance programs that will optimize the long-term benefits and reduce risk to people, property, and the health of the urban forest. So in this case, we are talking about more than just planting trees. And for that reason, this included several recommendations. First, we did recommend increasing tree establishment over the next 5 years. And there's different ways that that can be done. It's not just tree planting. Secondly, we suggest developing and sharing a best practices manual for tree protection, planting, and preservation across all city departments and agencies whose work affects trees. And third, completing a tree planting priority analysis to guide a citywide tree planting strategy. And finally, in the longer term, recognizing that this is a bit more of a complex undertaking, we suggest that the city needs to fund more active management of natural areas in Hamilton to support native biodiversity and overall forest health. Finally, our 5th theme is adapt, with the guiding principle that urban forest management should be evidence-based and responsive to change. Under this heading, we recommend that the city implement a forest health monitoring program. We also recommend reliable inventories of the entire urban forest asset, and those should be updated regularly and in response to significant environmental change. And finally, to maintain appropriate management systems that can help track the work performed, related costs, and help keep those inventories up to date. So because the forest is a living dynamic system, things can change quickly, and managers need to be positioned with data to respond to those changes as they come. And just as an example of what's been going on in the last 10 years, we've had some significant forest disturbances and related large price tags, including the 2013 ice storm, as well as the ongoing management of emerald ash borer, as you're probably well aware. So finally, looking at next steps, we have posting the draft strategy for public comment early in the new year, finalizing and adopting the strategy, and then of course, developing an implementation plan, and eventually regular state of the urban forest reports to council to track progress. So that concludes our presentation at this time, and we'd be happy to take any questions you might have about either the iTree study or the urban forest strategy. Thank you.
Okay, I got, looks like chat, Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Super. I'm pleased to see the progress we've made with some of these initiatives as it relates to protecting the urban forest and getting a better handle on where we are currently and some of the challenges that were just referenced in the past. I was someone who had to experience, as a for instance, the whole issue of Hydro One clear cutting along the beach strip under their corridors that took out a lot of hundreds of trees through that corridor, which certainly didn't help as it relates to the erosion issues that we've experienced on the dunes. And then, of course, that same issue and same organization made their way through Red Hill Valley and took down a number of large trees. And it was all done in the name of cost cutting. They essentially didn't want to maintain them. So for decades, they would come in every 3 or 4 years to ensure that the trees weren't close to the wires. They would maintain them as per their specifications. And for them, they were tired of coming back every couple of years to undertake that maintenance work. And so they just decided to clear cut. And they've done that not just here in Hamilton, but all across the province. So that leads me to my first question, and that is, how are we working with outside agencies like Hydro One, who've played a significant role in reducing the number of trees here in Hamilton, or other government agencies that might have specific legislation, unique legislation that give them the power to come into the municipality and remove hundreds, if not thousands of trees over a period of time? Through you.
Okay, thanks for that question. And I think we have Sam Scarlett from Forestry and Horticulture here as well, who could probably speak more to the specifics of those kinds of efforts so far. Sam?
Thank you, Ricky. Through the chair to Councillor Collins. Yes, this is an issue which is ongoing throughout Hamilton and Ontario as a large province. We have recently increased our communications with these utility companies, both Hydro One and more residential and urban with Electra as well, around the maintenance of trees. So you are right with the level of provincial legislation for them allows them to protect infrastructure, but hopefully with these working relationships we can help manage that process better, but it's an ongoing communication process with them.
Thanks, Sam. Are they looped in formally as part of this consultation process? So we're talking about, protecting trees locally. That involves them at some point in time, either annually or when they decide to come back to the city to, in this case, the references I provided, clear cut. Are they part of this discussion to say, hey, could you revise your standard operating procedures and conform with the policies that we're contemplating here in Hamilton?
Through the chair, they haven't been to date. In saying that, we can loop them in this next public engagement process.
Super. I think that's important. Thanks for committing at least to trying. If they decide to decline, then that's one thing. At least we've made them aware of our concerns. I have in the past, as we've dealt with some of the issues that we're contemplating here today, I should start by saying that, I thank council for making a substantial investment in my ward. And so when I in my community experienced the clear cutting exercise by Hydro One, I came to committee, I asked for $300,000 out of my area rating to support replanting efforts in my ward. And we've planted hundreds of trees a year for the last, I think it's 3 or 4 years now, which has made a world of difference in some neighborhoods in terms of increasing the number of trees, improving the urban tree canopy, and all the good things that were part of the presentation as it relates to the benefits of trees. I have received, and we all have received, pushback in the past in terms of what happens on private property. And so traditionally, our bylaws don't apply to someone's backyard, for instance, and or front yard outside of the city's road allowance. So can I be clear in terms of what we're proposing as it relates to going out for public comment? I think, in the past, we've dealt with large development lots. And so where there's a wood lot, where there's a large property over a certain size, the tree bylaw kicks in terms of what can and cannot be removed. And now it sounds like when I heard private residences, that we're contemplating single family lots in someone's backyard. Can you be more clear in terms of what we're contemplating in that regard?
I think I can speak to that at a higher level. We did have some discussions around this. Obviously, the idea of private tree bylaw has been visited in the past. And that's always one of the better tools you can add to your toolbox to protect private trees. We did come to the conclusion that that is specific to every municipality in terms of what might work and what might not. But we are suggesting that it be reconsidered as one of the potential options for private tree protection. And just as an example of a city that has revisited this with some success very recently, Burlington just did actually pass a private tree bylaw after rejecting that, I think in 2013. They did a pilot project and then just recently actually approved a new private tree bylaw in that city. So just because that's happened once doesn't mean that's going to happen again. And it's definitely worth considering as one of the options for the city moving forward. There are other measures, of course, you can implement that might be voluntary based on education, based on best practices. But I think ultimately a lot of cities are coming to the conclusion that a bylaw is very helpful for reinforcing the seriousness with which cities approach their urban forest.
Okay. Last question, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to that. I mean, I have strong opinions, and as do my constituents, so I look forward to discussing that at a future time. Redevelopment, so infill development is big in Hamilton, as it is in all urban areas. We have a lot of brownfield properties that require remediation, more so here in Hamilton than maybe other municipalities because of the age of our city and the industrial nature of our past. How are we addressing the whole issue of our desire to see clean properties and redevelopment of properties, some of which have, you know, a number of mature trees over the years, and the only way to remediate those properties in many instances is to, you know, is to dig everything from the site, remove it, which oftentimes requires the removal of trees, and then the development goes forward with our standard landscaping requirements and new tree planting requirements. Is that something that is part of what we're contemplating here in terms of new development? And you know, a lot easier to protect trees maybe when it's a greenfield, but when you're dealing with a historical brownfield property, you start to be constricted and constrained with what legislation you need to follow in order to clean those properties up. So I'm interested in what the answer might be to that, and that would be the extent of my questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
So again,
Looking for an answer.
I can't speak to the specifics of the greenfield versus brownfield development. Kathy, did you maybe want to speak to that one? I will note though that the Ancaster example we had earlier today, I found very interesting as an example of infill development and the kinds of challenges that the city is facing around trees and its tree canopy. Because I did note that we talked a lot about, well, you talked a lot about parking, sidewalks, intensity, heights, building massing, but there was no discussion of the trees, which I found really interesting because I saw, unless I misunderstood, it looked like there were quite a number of mature trees on site there, and some plans to replace those. But you know, I think that's just an example of the kinds of things that will come up over and over again with this infill development.
Through the chair, it's Anita Fayback, Manager of Development Planning, Heritage and Design. Perhaps I can help just elaborate on that a little bit. I mean, currently we have the requirement for tree protection, and we have the requirement for compensation. So when trees are required to be removed, right now our tree protection guidelines require a 1-to-1 replacement value. So what we're recommending through, I think it's theme number 2, which is the ACT portion of the forest strategy, is to look at our tree protection requirements, our landscape plans. What are we requiring to be replanted and at what rate? So looking at something perhaps greater than 1-to-1, or I think what we're also looking at is having canopy cover targets, which would be a different way of approaching it rather than a 1-to-1 compensation. So I think the forest strategy has a lot of actions in there that that focus on development approvals, recognizing that sometimes there are situations where trees do have to be removed, but that perhaps we need to revisit some of our current guidelines and practices in order to address some of the targets that are contained within this strategy.
Anita, and sorry, Chair, I know I'm over my 5.
No.
I just have one supplemental, and that is, can we contemplate as part of this process? I've dealt with a number of planning applications, and I'm dealing with one right now on Centennial, where there's just no room or real estate in order to live up to those commitments. Is there a way to create some kind of a reserve where, you know, there's a cash or some kind of a commitment to plant those trees at an alternate location at the discretion of the city, so that if they can't accomplish the same on their own site, those investments and the benefit to the environment can be carried out at an alternate location? Just food for thought as we look to develop some additional policies to protect, you know, local.
Through the chair to the council, certainly we can have some further conversations about that. We do allow for cash in lieu currently. So if there is a situation where the site just wouldn't allow either the 1-to-1 replacement, so let's say 10 are being removed to replace those 10 on site, or in some cases no trees, we do take a cash in lieu payment, which is used for tree planting. Now, I'm not aware of the specifics of how that money is allocated. I don't know if Sam can elaborate on that a little bit more, or alternatively, we can get back to you with a more fulsome response on how that money is allocated.
Okay, you got a thumbs up on get back unless you got a brief answer there, Sam, on how that gets allocated.
So I can speak through the chair to Councillor Collins. I can speak just around public tree planting. So there's a real important difference here. So we will take cash in lieu of street tree planting. Those are public trees in new subdivisions. If with new developments, often we can't get the trees in front of every lot. We will then bump those trees to local parks or local surrounding areas to try and keep that canopy in that area, but it's certainly an important point to cover off as well, especially for those private trees.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Collins. Anita, you might have heard my sigh. It had nothing to do with your what you said. It was a technical issue at my end that's frustrating me today. So please don't think I was sighing because of you. I think Councillor Danko is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple questions to follow up where Councillor Collins left off. Working in my previous role as a consulting engineer with municipalities across Ontario, when it comes to trees and increasing the urban forestry canopy, trees are often seen as more of just a nuisance, a pain, than something desirable to actually think about how they're going to be incorporated into projects. And I run into this over and over and over, where you're talking to the municipal engineers and you're like, hey, we have room here, we can do some plantings, we could do this, we can do that. We could fit room for a number of trees in this spot, and 9 times out of 10 the answer comes back, well, and it's just a list of things, of reasons why that can't be incorporated. And it's it usually comes down to it's more work, it's more effort. There's concerns about overhead, utilities, underground, cracking, maintenance, the kind of all that stuff. And what ends up happening is it just comes back let's just pave it, and then we don't have to worry about it. And I sense a little bit of that in Hamilton as well. With there's different ideas between where trees should be incorporated and how between different city departments. So how are we addressing that specifically as we move forward with the plan?
Through the chair to Councillor Danko, Sam Scarlett, Forestry and Horticulture. Some interesting points, and those aren't lost on this project around breaking down those silos between groups and applying consistent standards, both for city-run projects and also for development projects as well. So I think if you come back to the protect and grow themes within the strategy, there is some direction for a cross-departmental group to push these urban forest strategy recommendations forward, which will speak to those standards. We already work, so when I say we, the forestry group already works closely with engineering services for city projects, for compensation, tree planting for those infrastructure projects. And we work hard in getting trees into those new locations, but it's, again, you hit on another point about getting the right tree in the right place is important as well. So it's setting those standards and giving those design engineers the requirements of what they need.
Thank you. And on the planning side, so talking about the developments we've seen here today, we often get requests from developers to reduce the landscape area and to increase the lot coverage. And a lot of times, especially in front lawns, that ends up with a very small area of soil that's usually full of construction debris and crap from whatever was built that just gets covered with 4 inches of topsoil and a layer of grass. And it's really hard to incorporate any kind of substantial tree there. And what often gets planted, if anything at all, is some sort of tiny ornamental species instead of, what I would say is a real tree. So on the planning side, is there plans to actually incorporate this into our approvals process that you have to have an adequate amount of space to be able to plant, an actual tree?
Councillor Steve Robichaud here. So this document is helping to inform the development of our design standards, which we are developing and those design standards will then inform the development of our new residential zoning standards. So the short answer is yes, by virtue of valuing trees and the provision of trees sort of from a climate change lens and all the good benefits that trees bring to the urban environment, that'll then be reflected in our urban design standards and guidelines, which we will then codify through our zoning bylaw. We already did that with the commercial and mixed use zoning, where we built into the zoning bylaw requirement for landscaped planting islands. So you just don't get 10 acres of asphalt with no trees. In addition, we're also looking at, increasing the width of those planting strips so that you actually have a viable environment for those trees to be planted in. The site plan guidelines currently call for 3 meters, but developers are always asking for 0.5 of a meter for a landscape strip. You won't get a tree in a 0.5 meter landscape stripped area. And then finally, I do find there's a good working relationship between planning and growth management at the beginning of the process, where we require that they do a general vegetation inventory and a tree protection plan, and we identify those trees that we want to have retained on the site. Tony Sergi and his team are very good and proactive, ensuring that that tree preservation plan does get implemented, where we reach a consensus on how we inform the development. So we are slowly bending the curve, but I think the fact that ultimately that this will get sort of codified through our zoning bylaw and any updates to the development engineering standards is the way that we achieve the implementation of this strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. And just picking up on the point about the different species in the right tree for the right location. So a lot of times when we do approve landscape plantings and such through the planning process, what ends up getting planted there, again, are small and ornamental species. So nobody's planting a row of, full-size sugar maples or oak trees or tulip trees in a parking lot. They're planting ornamental pears and really small species that are maintenance-free and don't cause, they don't get big enough to really contribute as a full-size tree. So are we, as part of this plan, being a bit more selective about what species can be planted where and how, once they're full grown, how they'll contribute to the urban canopy?